what will probably be the final day of Ashes cricket for Test number 2. Hey guys, how you going? So down BKR Sport. We are live as day 4 gets underway in 15 minutes time. So we're going to be here to chat about what's going on and how the test has unfolded so far. And so far, look, it hasn't been pretty at all for England. There's no two ways about it. Day 1, there was some positives for sure, where Joe Root went for 138 not out. That was incredible. And Zach Crawley, after 2 ducks in Perth, he was able to get 76, which was absolutely massive. But realistically speaking, maybe I'll also mention Jofra Archer's 38, his career high. But outside of that, they went for 0 with Ben Duckett, 0 with Ollie Pope, 31 with Harry Brook, which is solid enough, but you still would have liked a bit more. 19 for Ben Stokes, 0 for Jamie Smith, 19 for Will Jacks, 4 for Gus Atkinson, and 0 for Bryden Cast, who's had a phenomenal test so far. Look, that was the first innings for England, and it did actually, besides those ducks and besides those low scores, they still got a decent enough score of 334 to force Australia to chase that down and to try and do something with the bat, which was expected on a brilliant batting pitch. It has been extraordinary for batting. So flat, so dry, so nice. It's been beautiful 3 days. I do believe it's meant to be cloudy today. It's not meant to be as beautiful, but it does look nice right this very second. Maybe the later it goes on. But the point is that the batting pitch was expected, and then Australia come out and they go and hit 511, which was just absolutely ridiculous. And every single batter got 13 runs or more, all of them into the double digits with, exceptional knocks from Jake Weatherald, Labber with 65, Weatherald with 72, Steve Smith with 61, Alex Carey 63, an unbelievable performance from Mitchy Starc, who has been clearly the player of the series with 77. The point is that this has very clearly been a batting pitch. And then England came in yesterday and just got off all guns blazing, 46 not out just before the second break, the dinner break. And then once the lights turned on and the night came out, geez, they fell. And they fell badly. Now they are 134 for 6. They are still chasing 43 runs. So effectively right now, they are 6 for minus 43. That's how you have to think of it. They are currently 6 for minus 43. They do still have some wickets in hand, which, at least they do have the ability to get through to day 4. But alongside that, it's kind of because Australia batted for 120 overs and really pulled it along here, to be fair. But overall, we are here in day 4. Zach Crawley went for 44. Ben Duckett went for 15. Ollie Pope 26. Joe Root 15. Harry Brook 15. And Jamie Smith went for 4, with Ben Stokes and Will Jacks not out currently on 4. And Ben Stokes, realistically, is their last chance of survival. But at the end of the day as well, Australia still have 10 wickets in their own hand as well. So England, realistically, this is what I was saying beforehand, they were chasing, 177 or whatnot. They needed to be able to score 500 runs to be up by 180 runs less than what Australia actually scored in the first place in the first inning. So that's why yesterday I was saying England can't win this. They're playing for a draw. They should be playing for a draw. They didn't come out to play for a draw last night. They came out thinking that they came out with that kind of baseball strategy, just to have a whack with the ball and to go hard. And we saw that in the late part of session 2. Then session 3, it all come a gutser. I really don't think they played it how they should have played it. I don't think the tactics were there, and I think that they really needed to adjust. But we know that England just don't adjust. And currently speaking, the only thing they need to adjust to is 4 wickets and getting 43 runs to at least, see if they can provide a miracle and bowl Australia out for 1. You know what I mean? That's kind of their only hope right now. There's no chance, there's no possibility of a win here for England. The only possibility is a draw. That is a fact. And they do have to rely upon the weather to come into play, which it's meant to be fine today, but it might rain a little bit later on. Let's go quickly have a look here. So Brisbane weather today, there's meant to be maybe some rain at 9 o'clock tonight. And obviously the game goes until 9:30, maybe 8 p.m. at a stretch. But from 8 p.m. onwards, potentially. So they've just got to get through to that. But then, it's meant to be still pretty fine for the most part tomorrow, because the rain if anything, there's not meant to be scattered thunderstorms anymore. It's just meant to be a little bit of rain. But if anything, only goes until about 5 p.m. So still 4.5 hours to play after that. So look, things can change, weather can change. It does say light rain, so we don't even know if it's going to be significant enough to call play. But that is what England are hoping for right now. That is what England need right now. They aren't relying on the cricket really. They are relying on Ben Stokes to be able to hold their own. But all you got to do is just stay in as long as you possibly can. Now, you got to stop going for a whack because you're just simply not going to score enough runs to force Australia to chase a big total. It's not possible, So they just need to do their very best to sit in, and Ben Stokes cannot get out. If we see Ben Stokes get out in the first 3 overs here, we'll be done before lunch. We'll be done within the next 20 overs, 15 overs, maybe even 10 overs. Now, Ben Stokes goes, you got Will Jacks, Gus Atkinson, Bryden Carson, Jofra Archer. It's just not happening, and it's been really disappointing because it was really looking like it was going to be a competitive 5 days of play after the first day. And then, even so much to say yesterday, it looked like it could have easily gone 5 days with the fact that Australia batted out to, the 511 score, forcing England to have to get a very big score. But also you're expecting on this pitch, on the way this is playing, that they were going to be able to bat pretty well too, and they did get off to a good start and did bat decently enough, getting up, actually really good, getting to the none for 46. But then now it's just like they were lucky to get through last night. They were lucky to get through last night. And that was very reminiscent of what we saw back in Perth in Game 1 on Day 2, where they looked like they were going to win the game at lunch on Day 2. And not only did they not win the game, but they lost it on the very same day with like an hour to spare. And that's the way of this baseball. That's the way that it just fluctuates so dramatically. And you go from having a good hope, you go from having a good performance in the first innings to being like, what are we watching? Like, what's the point here? Because it was ridiculous yesterday. They just got absolutely punched through. And look, the fact of the matter is as well is that Australia currently aren't playing without they're playing without their captain Patrick Cummins. They're playing without one of their best fast bowlers in Josh Hazlewood, and they're also playing without without their best spin bowler and pretty much their only spin bowler, Nathan Lyon. Mitchell Starc has just been absolutely insane this series. Yesterday he picked up, how many wickets did he get yesterday? So he got 2 wickets yesterday. I think he got 6 wickets in the first innings. Let me just make sure here. He got 6 wickets in the first, so that's 8. And then what did he get? 9 or 8 in the first test or so. He's just been having a ridiculous, amazing man of the series performance here, and just taking it by the scruff of the neck. And that is without Paddy Cummins, and that is without Josh Hazlewood there. And that's why I do believe they actually will give Mitchy Starc a bit of a rest. You saw how tired he was yesterday, and he still got picked up 2 wickets. But you saw how tired he was yesterday. Once he was getting that 77 knock, you could see that his body was really starting to feel it. So I feel like the best option here is, one, Australia are going to be up 2-0. So you may as well just rest Mitchy Starc in Adelaide, have him primed for Melbourne and also for Sydney. Paddy Cummins will come back in. I don't know what's happened with Josh Hazlewood, but you'll see probably Nathan Lyon come back in for Adelaide as well. But the point is that Australia can suffice without Mitchell Starc, despite the fact he's been so successful. And I do think that he deserves to have that break, which is what I was saying before the series started, that I didn't think all these guys were going to play every single match of this series. And I think you can see, the body is saying right now to Mitch, mate, you've been unbelievable. You've been given everything you've got. But, I think it's time to have a bit of a rest. So after this test is done, which is definitely, probably today, but I'd nearly go as far to say definitely today. It just depends on whether it's the first session, second session, or the third session. But I do think, the third test in a week and a half's time over there in Adelaide, I think it's time that Starkey can have a well-earned rest. But, guys, I don't know how long we're going to be here today. We'll obviously be here for every single ball, but I don't know how long we're going to be here today. You just don't know at this point. England need, at very minimum, 43 runs just to extend the game. If they don't get 43 runs in the next 4 wickets, then that means Australia will win by an entire innings, which is just a wild statement to make. But if they get over 43 runs, it will force Australia to come into bat and then chase down whatever total they can get. If they were able to get a miracle amount of runs, realistically, with what they've got, you really would be looking at something like at a maximum 100 for Australia to chase. You couldn't be seeing something like 200. And if that was the case, people would just blow up how ridiculous it is that the English front order and middles were, so easy to pump through, but then the back end is what's saving them there. So yeah, look, if this pitch is the same as it has been over the first 3 days, England should be able to get past the 43 and should be able to get some runs, considering that it has been very easy on that first session for the most part. But then again, England in the first session, in the first innings, they were 2 for 5 before they got some miracle saviour performance from Joe Root. So they're not even safe in that regards. But Australia are going to want to end this as quickly as they can. England are going to want to prolong it as long as they can. Cricket Australia are happy because at least they're only going to probably lose 1 million. They'd be begging for it to go day 5, but they're only going to lose 1 million for it not being 5 days and it only being 4 days. So they're so happy that play wasn't extended last night and they didn't get that wicket to extend play. And to try and bowl England out by the rest of the night, because I do feel like if they did get that wicket, which we nearly did with about 1 over to go, but if we did get that wicket, I do think England get punched through in the night. I feel like their final 3 wickets would have come in that last half an hour because the ball was swinging massively. The deviation was dramatic. So yeah, look, I hope that we get a decent chunk of cricket today. I hope that England can hold their own. They can stay in and let us enjoy a bit of cricket, which has been very limited throughout this series so far. This test has obviously been much better than the first test, but still overall it has been super limited in a lot of ways. So look, guys, obviously hit that like button and subscribe. Hopefully, like I said, this is going to be a good day of play here, but I fully expect this to be done by lunch. And if it's not done by lunch, I definitely fully expect it to be done in the second session. But all right. Let's get into it, son. Rhino says London Bridge has fallen down. London Bridge is falling, mate. It's not falling down. It's gone. It's gone, baby. London Bridge gone. It's gone. Oh my gosh. The London Bridge so far gone. It's gone. Mark's greetings. Get around your Mark all the way in Bali. Brenton says hopefully we get them all out before I start work. What time do you start work? So in Muppet Land, New South Wales, it is 2:56 p.m. right now. What time do you start work? Seven says, Blaze, mate, you reckon Tess ends this session? Probably, yeah. I would say so. But with that being said, again, the way that the pitch is played out over the first 3 days, it's usually pretty good in this first session, especially the second session, actually. So if we can get through the second session, it'd be beautiful for them because we saw in all of the second sessions so far of the 3 days, it's been pretty good batting for both teams. So that was obviously England in day 1 and then Australia on day 2 and on day 3 for the second sessions. And then the final part of the second session on day 3, England did bat well. So the first 2 sessions are actually pretty good. The only issue is that they're relying on Ben Stokes here, and they're also relying on their tail end to stick with Ben Stokes. Will Jacks, okay, sure, he got 4 runs yesterday. Let's see him hold his own. And then you got Gus Atkinson holding his own, Bryden Carson, Jofra Archer. And Jofra Archer did on day 1, but as we saw, things change. And although he held his own on day 1, Joe Root also went for 138 and then got knocked down for 15, which I did kind of predict when I was saying this. When Joe Root was going off, I was like, this is unbelievable. That's why I say with Travis Head, don't just expect him to go and get 120 odd every single test or every single innings. It's not the case. You've got to expect everyone to put a shift in, and Australia definitely did with their performance over the last 2 days. But things can change. So Jofra's not going to go. You wouldn't expect Jofra to go for 38 again. Otherwise, push him to number 1 on the bloody order. push him as an opener. Seven says realistically they needed Joe Root out there and only be 3 down. Correct. Yeah, no, absolutely. They should not have been down this far. They honestly should have been getting through to it. Yeah, only being 3 wickets down and having Joe Root and Harry Brook in, or Joe Root and Ben Duckett / Crawley and kind of deal. Now that you're already down to Ben Stokes and Will Jacks, you're just like, come on, man. Come on, man. Sean Oates, good morning, mate. Get around you, Sean. Seven says it's raining and the night is better for Australia. They wouldn't need to bat under lights if England somehow make a score big enough for Oz not to win the test today. For Australia, there's no possibility of a loss here. So, yeah, I don't think that Australians should be even considering whether this, whether that, whether anything. I think that realistically it should just be play the cricket out. I definitely do not want the weather to impact this game. I do not want rain to come back into day 4, and I hope that the weather doesn't change for day 5. I don't want it to get worse. No, there's no better any form of rain, any form of delay is not the best case scenario for Australia whatsoever. We definitely do not want to be saying that. But all right, the first ball is about to come up here. Jasaga says pink ball should be banned from Test cricket. Here we go. Hey, Jasaga, can you let us know what country do you happen to be from? What country do you happen to be from, Jasaga? Because that's a ridiculously stupid take. What country do you seem to come from there? Jasaga says, typical Aussies always finding ways to cheat. Ban the pink ball, not Test cricket. You wouldn't happen to be from a country known for match fixing, would you? You wouldn't be from a country that is that is well known for match fixing, no? Just want to really clarify here, Jasaga. Just want to really clarify that you wouldn't be from a country where your best player ever has also been known for ball tampering himself. But look, I don't know. I'm just assuming here. I really hope that you're not being hypocritical there as from India. Seven says, why couldn't England win in Perth then? Stop making excuses. I don't feel like that person is. I don't think that person's English. And also, if they are English, then we just refer to the mints, and we could also refer to multiple instances. But that's not what we're here for. At the end of the day, Australia is one of, if not the only country to actually hold their players accountable for their bad ways, and Australians will never defend what happened with what happened against South Africa. We are extremely disappointed in what happened there, but we hold our players accountable, and we absolutely say that's bullshit, don't do that, whilst other countries, for example India as a prime example, will celebrate it, and they will say, well, that's what we do, we're able to do it, or they'll just ignore it. They will literally just ignore it. They'll ignore the fact that they had like 12 players go down for match fixing 15 years ago. They'll ignore that kind of stuff, whilst we will make a big hoodoo-guru about it. We'll make a big deal about it and say, this is bullshit, this is not on. We as Australians, we want to win fair and square. If we don't win, we don't win. It is what it is. That's the whole point of the game. But there are many countries out there who will not hold their country accountable, and they will not acknowledge when they do bad things themselves. Every country, I don't know if New Zealand have before, but every country has been embroiled in something. Every single country. But because we're the best, first bowl here, and that's going to be a single for Ben Stokes. We'll go to 5. Every single country has been involved in some kind of scandal, and specifically countries in Asia have been involved in a ridiculous, gigantic amount of scandals. But as I found out when I was in India, they definitely don't even know about it, or they don't acknowledge it. Dana Clock Biscuit says, did Archer bring his teddy bear to go along with his pillow this time? I definitely hope he got a good sleep, because he was exhausted this test so far. Even though he may have picked up a couple of wickets and he should have got one extra, you can definitely tell that Jofra Archer wasn't at his prime best in this test here so far. You could see the body language, man. The body language just was completely off, and Jofra's just not been at his prime time for sure. The Shatish says, Boland and Stark being the clear difference between the two sides. Yeah, absolutely. Specifically Starkey, 77 runs, unbelievable. For a guy that's not expected to get anywhere near that. And, 6 wickets, again, like 2 wickets already, despite how exhausted and tired he is. Like, it's spectacular stuff from Stark. It's so positive. Bowler next bowl, and that's going to be no run. No run. No, it really is great stuff there from Stark. And look, Boland didn't have a great first innings in the first test, but since that has been exceptional. Yeah, Scotty Boland's been really impressive to watch. Taz is back again for this shite woo. Welcome back. Welcome back, Tatted. We appreciate you. Saga says, pink ball is not cricket. Neither is T20 or ODI. Next up here for Boland, and no run. Jacko says, South African captain admitted to accepting bribes from India in 2000 to throw games. Ding dong, ding dong. But you don't hear about that, do you? The only reason you hear about the Australian one is because, one, we held our country accountable for it, plus also, as the most successful country in cricket, of course, the rest of the countries around the world are going to look to use that as a point to say, have a crack at us, because they can't have a crack at us about the cricket. The actual cricket itself, you can't really have a crack at Australia for pretty much everything. But when it comes to that, it's like a leeway to kind of give you shit. So I get it. I understand it. It's very hypocritical in a lot of ways, but I do actually understand it completely. So that's going to be a no run there for England. Shatish just saw a miracle in a test yesterday by the West Indies. Hope there's... Oh my gosh, did they win? Did they? No, they didn't. A match drawn. Okay, yeah, that was... I was going to say, there's no way they won that. that was a miracle. Yeah, really good stuff from them to hold out for that. That's massive stuff from them. Gee whiz, you gave me a heart attack. I was like, "There's no way the Kiwis threw that bad boy away." There's no. Well, they threw it away, but not like completely threw it away. Yeah. Carl says, "Morning, buddy. Just been listening to Matt Pryor say if we set you 150, we have a chance. Yeah, if we had 7 wickets left, I might be more optimistic." Well, Carl, look, I think that that's an unrealistic. Like, I know you understand this. I feel like 150 is a miracle for sure. That would mean that you'd have to be getting about 200 runs from here, basically. I can't see that happening, and it would be absolutely just mental for England to. It would just be absolutely mental for England to do that, and it'd be extremely impressive. But also, Australia's still winning from there, unless the weather does come in, because we're just not batting. We're not batting under 150, especially with the way these guys have performed so far and with their overall performance here in Brisbane. But Starkey's coming up here for a bowl. But I guess, sure, you have a chance. So technically speaking, he's not wrong. 150, you do have a chance. I guess if you say 150, you may as well say 100, though, because 100 and 150 is pretty much at the same level in a lot of ways in the context of this game. First bowl, Starkey. No run. No run. Up to Ruse says, "Good arvo. My goodness, what is happening with England?" Same old England. Lagan says, "Might be from a country of Matt's." I'm not going to read the next part out, but don't need the other part, but it as a country. And we disavowed it as a country. Does it make it right? No. And we always stand by the fact that it was not right. But, it really is just incredible. Like, with England, I don't care so much because it's like just a pure rivalry and they're just taking the piss and a bit of banter and whatnot and sledging. But like for the Indians to say it, you're just like, what are you getting involved in? Like, what are you doing out of all countries? And I remember we went in that India series last year when India were playing Australia and we were streaming. I remember there was an Indian bloke who genuinely didn't know that India had ever cheated before and was talking about like Australia's cheating and that they're the moral compass of the world, basically. And I was like, you're off your rocker. No run there for a start from England. Good bowl there from Starkey. It's just incredible, the delusion. But also, I don't even necessarily blame a lot of their fans. And the reason why I don't even necessarily blame their fans is because India doesn't acknowledge it. As in, their own organisation tries to sweep it under the carpet, and they successfully do it with their own people. They don't successfully do it with the world, but they successfully do it with their own people. So that's why they do feel like they have that moral superiority and that they're doing it the fair way. When it's like, if you know anything about anything, you know that if anything, they are the significant worst in history for it. But the thing is that everyone does it. Everyone does it. It's just not everyone gets caught. Jago says, that's right. Dana says, at least Jack seems to value his wicket. Hey, it's nice, Dana. I can't believe it. It's a surprise. So what you're telling me, Dana, let me just get this correct here. Let me just sit down and just make sure, put your seatbelt on, click on. So what you're telling me is that an English player actually protects their wicket and doesn't just give it away. I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me, Dana. I don't believe you. Dana, this is cricket, all right? This is cricket, and this is English, the cricket the English way. I don't believe you. I don't believe it. All right, next ball. And good shot. Very nice shot there from a big old Benny Stokes. Come on. We want to go through a couple of sessions here today. Let's go, England. Come on. Now he says, g'day, trendsetters. I reckon this match will last 2 hours tops. Yeah, mate, it just comes down to Ben Stokes. It comes down to how Ben Stokes does. Once you get through Ben Stokes, it's done. Yeah, sure, they might put on a couple of runs and we may not win by an innings, but 10 wickets is still absolutely what should be happening regardless. But again, the first 2 sessions here, England just need to get through to it because the night is difficult, but the day is very much easier to hit, as England found out yesterday. Before those lights came on, they were killing it. And that's going to be a no run. 7 says, India doctored the pitches every game of that ODI World Cup, even in the final, and Australia still won. No, it was incredible in regards to the ODI World Cup final in Ahmedabad. They openly admitted to it. They openly showed it. They showed everyone. It was like a power tactic. It was like a power tactic that India used to show, like, we're going to make sure we're going to win this game. 100,000 Indians were in Ahmedabad to watch the game, and it was like they were showing the world, hey, listen, don't mess with us. We're going to get this done, and we're going to make sure we get this done. And then Travis Head said, hold my beer. I'm going to slap you back to yesteryear. I'm going to slap you not only to Pluto, but to the planet on Interstellar. It was such an incredible performance from Travis Head in Australia, but it was like it was a power tactic from them. And that's the thing. There's some people and Indians who will reply to you. Not all Indians are bad. We've actually got a great Indian here in Kshitij who would not be necessarily liking this commentary. But with that being said, it's how it kind of is. Oh, good bowl there from Scotty B. There are some good Indians, but some Indians will also reply with, well, we own cricket financially, like they own it. It's like, okay, so what are you saying? Like, you guys are allowed to cheat, but you still don't win? Is that what you're saying? So you're having a crack at Sandpaper Gate, but you're openly saying that you're allowed all the advantages in cheating with no ramifications because you own it, and that's somehow our problem when we still beat you? It's really interesting. Interesting how people come up with different arguments. So next up here for Scott Boland, no run. Actually, Kshitij, I ask you, as an Indian who is a great person, I know Kshitij, I hope Stokes pulls out a masterclass and injects some energy into the Ashes. I agree. I want to ask you your thoughts about what I'm saying here. From an Indian's perspective who does live in Jaipur, from an Indian's perspective, what are your thoughts here? Daniel says, morning, it's all sport, meaning respect and fair play. When you blatantly cheat, it's no longer sport, is it? Absolutely. And that's why Australians were so disappointed and upset with what happened before. But other countries don't exactly have that same thought process. By the way, Daniel, up the villa, hey, up the villa. Jacko, not a happy chappy after last night, though, unfortunately, with Chelsea. At least they didn't lose, though. Dom says, wasn't there a Pakistan fan trying to hang shit there better than Oz or something last year? Try yesterday. What I was talking about just then, Kshitij, your thoughts about, we're speaking about how we basically overall with the sandpaper situation in last year's India versus Australia test, and how Indians would come at us, and I'm kind of generalising overall, but I'm also using India as a prime example based off of last year, how we would get so much slander and so much abuse about the sandpaper gate, and I'm saying the Australians hold our team accountable, and we're not happy with it, we're disappointed with it. But in regards to India's history, they've had a much more prolific cheating history, but most people either don't know about it, don't acknowledge it, and I don't blame the fans for that. I blame the organisation, and I blame the country for it in regards to cricket for not making their fans and people aware, one second, no run, to be less accountable for it so it doesn't make them look as bad on a domestic level rather than an international level. Because we all know about it. I'm sure England fans all know about it. Australia know about it. New Zealand, South Africa, everyone knows. But when I was in India, as you know, everyone just seemed to pretend like it either doesn't happen or like it's okay because they owned, international cricket. You know what I mean? So what are your thoughts on that as someone from India in regards to that conversation? Serpent says, who has the most trophies if you own it? Oh, that's the most satisfying to win as an Aussie across all sports, I reckon. Who has the most trophies if you own it? 1 second, next up. There'll be no run. We have the most trophies. Olivia says, this is not looking good for the Poms. Not looking good for the Poms here, Olivia. No, not looking good for the old English. But we love cricket. We want to watch cricket. I actually want to see England do something. I actually do. I genuinely do. Daniel says, yes, yesterday was fun. After second, let's see how long we can be up there. No, you're third. Yeah, you're third. What are you talking about? Hello? Knock, knock. Who's there? Manchester City, baby. Hello. Kshitij says, Indian authorities could have been more stricter about the past experiences that we had, being the money involved at such high volumes. The truth has been buried many times. Exactly right, Kshitij. Yeah, no, I love that from you. That's correct. The truth has been buried many times. And that's, good shot there. Good shot. It'll only be a single, but good shot. They don't actually have on KO, they don't have the players and their scores on the screen right now. It's only got the England 6 for 140 and 38 overs bowled, but they don't actually have the rest of the scores and whatnot on the screen, which is really confusing. But yeah, and this is why I'm saying, like, we get absolutely used and abused for the sandpaper stuff, and it's like, I think that's realistically based on the fact that that's the only thing you can kind of have a crack at Australia for the most part. The Kiwis have their own instances from the 80s, but which I find funny now, but at the time people definitely didn't find that funny and wouldn't have found it funny with the underarm. But it is very funny still. Steve says, can Stokes make a game out of this? I hope so, mate. I really do. Really do. But yeah, I'm saying like we fairly and absolutely accept that it was wrong. I don't think if anyone defends it, they're an idiot. But also that doesn't actually define the nation. And if it does define the nation, then it defines every nation because every nation does that. Not necessarily that specific thing, but every nation does their own instances. That's going to be a no run. Tanner says, this is so frustrating because our players have some amazing talent, but apart from Joe Root, we haven't seen any of it at all. What was I saying yesterday, Tanner? I've in this test been getting so frustrated for England because I keep saying that England do have the talent here, but they are just, I believe, coached incorrectly and taught incorrectly in regards to going for a swing rather than sitting in being patient. Test cricket is all about patience. It's all about endurance. It's all about being mentally strong through the slog periods where you're still getting, when he kind of got done by a nothing ball there from Ben Stokes in the first innings. The point is that these things do happen, but England don't play that way. They try to reinvent cricket. They try to, they've tried to reinvent the way that the game is played, and it hasn't been the case. And all that on day one for the most part, but there were some players who were extremely disappointed too. The Aussies should donate the Poms 100 runs to make a game of it. I kind of want that to happen. I do. I kind of want that to happen. I'd like to give the Poms a good 100, 150 runs from here at the very least, and then you can bat from there with these guys. I genuinely would. I want to watch 5 days. If you love Test cricket, then you want to watch 5 days. You want to see the competition, man. You want to see it. Brenton says, considering this will be a half day, they should have half-price schooners. I do genuinely feel like if Stokes can stay in for a bit, then I do genuinely feel like they could at least get through to lunch. At least. But I do have it definitely finishing by the end of the second session. And if not, I would like to be wrong here. I would love to be wrong. I would actually really appreciate it. I don't just want to win by an innings. It's hilarious if we do, and sure, that's great. It's hilarious. It's so funny. But as a passionate sports fan and cricket fan, I want to watch cricket today and tomorrow. I do. Serpent says that Champions Trophy earlier this year was hosted in Pakistan, and every game India played was on the same pitch and made other teams travel to play them, and they ended up winning the tournament, India playing in UAE. Yeah, that's a very complex situation, that, though. Like, India and Pakistan... I was in India when India and Pakistan were having a crack at each other violently. And I was in the same state in Rajasthan when all that was kind of kicking off. Not Kashmir, but near Jaisalmer. But that's a very complex situation. It is unfair in regards to what you're laying out there, but it's just a really complex and difficult situation where they're not playing in Pakistan, not because they don't want to play in Pakistan necessarily. It's more because they can't, and it's vice versa as well. Pakistan can't play in India because it is safety. These two countries have a very, very deep and complex history, man. So, yes, I get what you're saying there, but it is very difficult. And then if Pakistan's saying nothing will happen to you, I don't believe that. And the same thing goes if Pakistan's gone to India and they say nothing will happen to you, I also don't believe that too. It's very deep, that one. Pakistan versus India isn't about the cricket. That's just the face of a rivalry in a lot of ways. So next up here for... that's going to be Mitchy Stark. And it's going to be a single there for Stokes. He gets to the double figures. He gets to the 10. So Tiz says, many players have walked out free after being involved in many scams, just as we have heard here. MS Dhoni being the best example of CSK's IPL scam, which led to the suspension of CSK for 2 years. It led to the suspension of the Chennai Super Kings. What was this? Speaking from what I've heard. Damn, okay. I don't know much about the IPL. So do forgive me about that. But really... The Chennai Super Kings were banned for 2 years, were or his suspension from CSK for 2 years. Sorry, so my brain took that as like the whole club was banned for 2 years. But exactly, you're exactly right. Serpent says your bowlers are shocking to be fair, tatted, except Archer, who's more concerned about a snooze than bowling at the minute. That is a valid point. We did see it with Bumrah, though. You know, Bumrah was bowled into oblivion with India, and I guess we also saw a little bit with Rambada for South Africa a couple of years ago, and now we're seeing it with Jofra Archer, where these are the main guy. The benefit that Australia has is that, and this is what we're seeing with Stark right now too, mind you. So when you don't have Cummins and you don't have Hazelwood, yes, we've got Boland, but when you don't have these other guys to kind of alleviate Mitchell Stark, he's getting tired too. When you're bowling and have to really rely on one bowler, they get exhausted. We're already seeing it from Archer and we're only in the second test. We're seeing it from Stark in the second test, and he's had Boland. You know, but it wouldn't necessarily be the same case if we were seeing Cummins here and Hazelwood here for mine. So I do understand it. I do understand why he would be so exhausted. Maybe not as exhausted as he is right now. Like, it's actually quite wild considering it was only 2 days in the first one. It was. But, yeah, look, his attitude doesn't seem in the right place in this series at the moment. I don't feel like Archer's mentality is where it needs to be. So I hope that changes by Adelaide in 2 weeks' time. But it currently doesn't look like his mentality is in the right place. Oh, bowling from Boland, baby. Bowling from Boland. No run. Highlander says, biggest thing I found India did wrong was being allowed to play the championship trophy in use when the tournament was in Pakistan. They should have played in Pakistan or not played. See, I will accept the debate of them not playing. I feel like I agree with that. If you can't play in Pakistan because of your own internal political rivalry, to make it an easier wording for people, because of your own political rivalry, if you can't play in Pakistan, then I don't believe you should be playing in that specific tournament. I do feel like that's unfair. So to put it that way, yes, I would agree with that. But I wouldn't expect India to play in Pakistan for a variety of reasons. Not even a variety of reasons, a significant variety of reasons. So to find the middle ground there, I understand why they played in a different place, but I would disagree with them playing in a different place, and I would say, okay, well, you can't play in there like every other team. Well, you shouldn't be playing in general then. Yes, I would agree with that. Someone says, problem with Bazball, the way Test cricket is played, you can't win a Test in a session, but you can lose it. So even if you score 200 a session, you won't win, but losing 6 wickets, you'll lose the Test. That's exactly what Test cricket is, absolutely. Daniel Bates says, we should provide tinfoil hats as well as the standard caps when we visit Australia for the Test series. What are you talking about, tinfoil hats? What's the tinfoil hats here? What conspiracy are we talking about now? Carl says, I'm not having that serpent. My boy Cars is an enigma. Oh, no, what's... Back to bowlers. My boy Cars is an enigma. He's just got to find his rhythm. Look, we're still trying to find that rhythm. We are still trying to find the rhythm for Cars. Well, a good rhythm. He's found a rhythm. It's just not the rhythm necessarily you're looking for. League says, sir, I joined your live again today, but you didn't welcome me. So what happens around here is Jay Hayes is the one who welcomes people around here, mate. Jay Hayes. So when he comes in, just spam him saying, please welcome me to Jay Hayes. Please do it with him. He's like our greetings man. He's our greetings man. He's the one who makes everyone feel warm and welcome. Tatted says, Australia definitely have better bowlers, but not by as much as we have seen here. This has been just an awful display from us this series. I think Australia's bowlers, when fully fit and fully healthy, I think are far superior than England's bowlers. I think when you're putting Paddy Cummins, Josh Hazelwood, Scott Boland, Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon as those 5 up against the best 5 that you've got, I think there's a pretty clear and significant difference there. Shatish says the whole CSK franchise was suspended. Oh my gosh, that's wild. When was this, Shatish? When was this? CSK suspension. No run, by the way. The committee concluded that Mayapan's actions damaged the game's reputation and compromised the IPL's fairness. It held both the Chennai Super Kings and Rajasthan Royals accountable. Oh, it happened with the Royals as well. Accountable because both had officials involved in betting. The committee suspended both teams for 2 years. So not only was it the Chennai Super Kings who got suspended for 2 years, it was also the Rajasthan Royals. If I was to support someone, I probably would support the Rajasthan Royals, as you would know, Shatish, from me being in Jaipur for as long as I was. So maybe that does make me question whether I should. Next up here for Boland. Oh, that's going to go away for a 4. Come on, England. Let's go. Get some runs. Get some runs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mark says, oh, no, he's back. Jay. I was hoping you weren't here so that you would come a little bit after and then he would like spam you with it. Oh, too funny. Sean says Spectrum Sunday's old mate is back. That's what always happens. Oh, not tin for ones, just tin ones. Oh, did you say tin? Oh, tin hats. Sorry, I don't know. My brain read foil. England trail by 31 runs here. Blazer's email inbox is always open. It definitely is not. He loves getting messages from subs. No, I didn't. Not in. Well, yeah, sure, I do, but not to what we have received in the past. Not 50 emails during a rugby league game because the guy can't cop that he got hidden for saying ridiculous stuff by Jay. Then I finished the stream. I go check my emails. I got 50 emails. Next up here, there'll be a no-run Stark bowling. If you want to sponsor, email. If you want to say something positive or negative that you feel like could be better or whatever, email. If you want to complain about being hidden, please find Jay Hayes' phone number and give him a call. So it's just the fact we've had to pray for heroics from Stokesy so many times shows how shite this team is. It's not wrong, you know. It's not wrong. As the sport says, how good were Arsenal last night? Yeah, no, they were fantastic, mate. They were fantastic. Really good to see them get slapped. And that's a single there for Will Jacks. Daniel says, no conspiracy, just England have been woeful. No dark shenanigans. No dark shenanigans. Very funny, though. The English, certain people in the Barmy Army have been criticising and complaining the actions of the Australians. And it's like, are they doing shit that's annoying and borderline aggressive? Probably. Do the English do the exact same thing if they were winning? Absolutely. You know, like, this is what happens. But unfortunately, because they've had so many drinks and because they're losing and because it's very difficult to cop, I've been in many situations, as you guys are aware, where I've had to cop a lot of shit at games. Good bowl from start. Missed the ball. More so on rugby league, not in cricket. But I know how it feels. It enhances the negativity, right? It enhances it. But, you know, please don't pretend like it's just a one-sided thing. If Australians go to England for the Ashes in a year and a half's time, I promise you they receive the exact same stuff. Promise you. But we don't look as bad as what we've seen here so far in this series. She says, I hope England plays for the day. That'd be beautiful. But they've only got 4 wickets remaining. They're still what, 6 for minus 37? Which will start next ball here. No run. No, sorry, 6 for minus 30. They just can't have Ben. Once Ben Stokes goes, it's over. The dream is over once he's gone. Yeah, the old Gooners. Not doing too well there last night, Sean. Not doing too well, but that was great, great for City. Fantastic for City. So now City are only, 2 points, 1 point behind Arsenal. The Veal. The old Veal, they're in third. Daniel trying to sneak a spot. How dare you, Daniel? What's Stuart Broad smiling for? Well, they got through the day 4. That's what he's smiling for. They got through the longest. Well, you know, it's funny. When England played India, I believe they played all 5 tests, all 5 days. I'm pretty certain all tests that England faced India were 5 days. Sit there. Come on, sit there. So next ball here from Mitchell Stark. And that will be a single, maybe 2, probably 2. No, just a single. Just a single. Well, he says, as long as I feel like it, I'll stay and watch this live, then I'll have to leave because I have a cricket match. Well, thank you. Have you let Channel 9 know? Have you let Carl Stefanovic know about your plans? I think he might be interested. If you're only bent. So 6 for 148, 40.5 overs bowled here. Well, how about this, England? I tell you this, you know what we saw on day 1 and how you some agree, some disagree with my thought process about what England should have done in the night. I think last night proved that you probably should have sent us into bed at night. I think with the deviation on the ball, I think the pressure would have been on, baby. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just saying. And you know what? I reckon they'll send him in tonight if that's the case. If that's the case, they get through into the night. I'm just throwing it out there. When you disagree with the fact that last night's deviation and the swing that was on the ball in the lights would have put the pressure on Australia, but Jofra Archer gets shoved down our throats. Risk it for the biscuit. Don't think it was a bad option. Gabba is the new Headingley. Gabba's the new nothing. You know why Gabba is not the new Headingley? You know why? Because Australia still has 10 batters. We still have 10 batters available. There is still 14 wickets to fall here, and England only have 4 of them, and they're down by 28 runs. Gabba is now called the Gabatoir. Gabatoir. I actually thought it was second. I'm sure I saw it on Sky Sports website. Well, third will do for now. Yeah, well, you can get second, but just wait for Sue to go in first. All right, so Michael Nisa got 2 wickets yesterday. He's 2 for 27. Come on, the big knees. He could have had 3 yesterday, and that'll be a single. Oh no, what has he said that's been removed? What? Malik says, why did you give me a copy strike yesterday? A copyright strike yesterday? You didn't do good. That wasn't nice. What are you talking about? Copyright strike. Copyright strike is when you... firstly, I don't believe you have a YouTube channel for starters, but a copyright strike is when you effectively take someone's video without permission. But it's like, I couldn't care less. If you want to chuck my stuff up on your stuff, go for it. But I don't think you know what a copyright strike is. It's more so when you're like reacting to a music video of Beyonce, and Beyonce doesn't want people to react to it. Well, then she'll copyright strike your channel for using her content without permission kind of deal. A lot of artists don't mind it. A lot of people don't mind it because it's actually promotion. It's free promotion for your content. But some people do. So I don't believe you know what copyright strike is because I've never copyright struck a person in my life. It was because you were talking shit, mate. I think he thinks that a timeout is a copyright strike. I don't think he understands the concept of what a copyright strike actually is. Stark still bowling at the moment. Oh, sorry, it's Nisa still bowling at the moment. At start of day 4, England 6 for 134 from 35 overs. We've had 6.2 overs here, and they've gotten 16 runs. At least it's a decent enough day right now. Oh my gosh, that was the moment. That was the moment. Oh, it gets through him, but it just goes over the stumps there. That was Stokes too. Stokes is on strike. Oh, bro. That was close. Now it says, well, they do say there's no such thing as bad publicity. Sure, I do disagree with that. If you get found out for being a significantly violent person in multiple forms, I feel like that's pretty bad publicity. I don't want to say certain words because then YouTube doesn't like it. Next ball. No run. Jugger says Stokes triple century, then 10 for in 2 overs. Jacko. Why don't you just focus on Bournemouth for a second, all right? Why don't you just think about Bournemouth for a second and let's just leave the cricket. Let's just leave the cricket for the men called Mitchell Stark or Scotty Boland and Michael Nisa. Why don't we do that? Up the cherries. So they still can't. 1 second. Next up. No run. Still can't get over how Carey keeps so close for a bowler bowling 130 kilometres because Carey's the GOAT. Because Carey is the GOAT and he will be remembered for being the GOAT. I actually do really like Carey. I'm joking about the GOAT thing, but I do really like Carey. I think that he, as we saw, he can get some good runs. He doesn't usually get that high of runs, but he can get some good runs. He was fantastic on day 1 of the first innings here. Carl says tell that to Prince Andrew. Yeah, I think he's got some pretty bad publicity. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, any publicity is good publicity. And that was kind of along the lines of what I was referring to in regards to certain words and stuff like that I don't want to kind of say on YouTube because, one, could be kids watching, but also, two, YouTube isn't exactly a big fan of a lot of that kind of stuff. But, yeah, that's pretty bad publicity. Prince Andrew. Brad Haddon surely might be him. I'd have to go with Joss Butler as the GOAT wiki keeper of all time. Jagger says, don't really care. My win last night was a 95th minute rocket from Buendia. Get around Buendia. Get around Buendia. Rose says, Carey's underrated. He always does his job. He always gets those clutch 30 to 60 runs. He doesn't really need to score more than that, to be honest, as a wiki batter. Coming down at 6-7. Well, Brandon Dogger's going to come in here. Jacko's man, here he is. Economy of 3.2, by the way. He's bowling well. Doesn't have the wickets, but it's very similar to Gus Atkinson, where he's not got the wickets, really, but he's bowling well, 3.2. Stephen says, hey, mate, Merry Christmas to you and your family. Thanks for the commentary this year. But you back from your travels? Yeah, thank you, man. Merry Christmas to you too, mate. I appreciate you for tuning in. But yes, I'm still traveling. I guess I'm in Fiji with my family, but that's still traveling in a lot of ways, considering I'm from Australia. But, I'm back for the holidays. And then in January, I'm back off to Vietnam before I head to Philippines and Indonesia and Malaysia and Laos next year. And then Nepal very, very late in the year. So looking forward to the next year. But no, having a bit of a kickback right now. No run. Sunday, you're so close to timeout with that. Sunday, because you've brought I think we're back now. I think we're back. Are we back now with the mute? No, we've got no mute no more. So, Sunday, I was just reminding you, because of your 6-7 nonsense, I was just reminding you about a beautiful little scoreline that involved the Brady bunch of Gvardiol, Ruben Diaz, and Chuk. No run. See, we've done something. It was Sunday's fault, Bruce. It was. It actually was his fault. Good thing you unmuted. Yeah. I just saw that. Malik's going at Mark now. Mark, relax, bro. The real fool is the one who talks without understanding anything. Yeah, you tell him, Mark. Jeez, he got you there. Jeez, Mark, I tell you what. You got a fighter over you. You got a fighter. Carl says, great day of football yesterday. 4-0 win for the Blaze. Good stuff. 3-0 win for City. Shot from Stokes. Good shot from Stokes. He'll get up to 16. I'll ask you, English, like this. How much do you think Stokes needs to get individually for you to start having a little bit of faith and belief and hope that maybe you're going to come back and win the entire test? How much do you reckon? Tim Payne wasn't the best cricketer overall, but I respect how he handled the captaincy when walking into the team after ball tampering saga. Alex says, I'm deeply hurt. No, look, I get it. I would be too. I really would be too. I think McCullum needs to go. Vaughan makes a lot of sense. Well, I've been saying for the entire series so far, I think it's time for McCullum to hit the road, Jack. You know, it's funny. I heard a stat yesterday, or this morning actually. There has only been one English-born player to get a wicket in this match. One English-born player. And it was Josh Inglis. It was Josh Inglis. That's a crazy stat. Is that correct? I just saw it on Instagram. Is that correct? No way England fans actually think they can win this test. You'll be surprised, Sato. The ones we have here are good for the most part, but yeah, the Carl says 250. Yeah, 250. Okay. Yeah, I like it. He does need a 250, but if he gets 250, you're probably looking at him batting until midday tomorrow, and then it's a draw. Is that actually true in regards to... I'm going to go have a look. Because I know Jofra Archer is Wendy's. Where was Gus Atkinson born? Gus Atkinson... No, but he was born in Chelsea. He was born in Chelsea, London, so that's not even true. He was born... Gus Atkinson was born in Chelsea. I ain't sure here. Obviously, Brian Cars, born in the old South Africa in Gqeberha. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Gee whiz. Gqeberha. I'm not even going to bother you with Ben Stokes. And Chertsey. Where's Chertsey in the United Kingdom? Where is Chertsey? Next up. Oh, good bowl. But that will go back here for a single for Jackson. Put Stokes back on strike. Chertsey, UK. It's a town in England. So there have been. So who's that person talking about? What's that person talking about? It's not. It's not. It's not correct. Dro says Cars is African. He's South African. Stokes, Kiwi. Archer, West Indian, and their coach is Kiwi, although most coaches these days for international teams are from different nations. Yeah, and Brian Cars is Safa. The big old Safa from South Africa. No run. Big old Safa. England trail by 21 runs. All this good work, and they're still down by 21. 21. Steven says, was talking with Boss potentially would like to donate some rugby league balls to a charity you may know. Is Instagram the best place to DM you about it? Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah. Shoot me a message on Instagram. Or you can send me an email in the description. My email is in the description of this YouTube. So, yeah. There's plenty of places to contact me. Oh! Good bowl from Nice. No run. Yeah, so either Instagram or shoot me an email through the description. Jago says, if Cars represented South Africa, he wouldn't be known. Well, playing for England, he's known, but is it for the right reasons? No. Bro's got 4 wickets. Amazing work. I reckon make him captain for Adelaide. I reckon Cars should be captain. Say see you later to the Kiwi and say hello to the Saffers. And it's going to be a nice little shot there for Stokes, which will take him to 17. All right. Well, hopefully that means we're going to see, some batting here from Australia. But yes, I know you'd be surprised, mate. I guess his Cars is known in England for being dog shit. He got 4 wickets, mate. He got 4 wickets. Us Aussies, we respect him. Massive respect. Oh my gosh, I have the utmost respect for Cars. Unfortunately, Travis Head and Cameron Green didn't, but gee whiz, we have an utmost love for. We have an utmost love for Brian Cars. Good over there from Nice. Guys, there's no more football from me then, or I'll get cancelled again like the big conspiracy theorist I am. Facts. Jaggers, his only thing he'll be captaining is the flight back to South Africa. I'd actually be interested to go in South Africa, but I do know it's on the little bit leery side. If you're leaving the main areas, it can get a little bit leery. I feel like most of Africa is like that. But then again, like I always say, you need to go to the country to know if what you know about it is true. But I feel like it's quite overwhelming about South Africa, and even people I know who have been there have said it gets quite leery. So that's why I would lean to believe what they say. Jackson Stokes, partnership of 29. Trail by 20 runs, and Brendan Dowitt comes back in. And it will be a single. Daniel said, it's amazing how easy cricket can look when you play test match cricket and not baseball dross. Absolutely. If England actually play, like, again, the deviation last night that we saw was ludicrous, which is why it leads me to say that they should have sent Australia into bat late on in the night on day one. But they also were swinging at absolute haymakers. They were very lucky not to be sent in for an extra half an hour last night when there was a close wicket, the second last over of the day. England do have talent here. I believe they're coached wrong and they're taught incorrectly. They do have talent, especially like batting wise. Everyone says about how the bowling for England's the best. Is that it actually would be the batting. I don't think the bowlers are actually a lot overrated, but it would be the batting if they were taught a correct strategy, a correct strategic plan, and it wasn't just about reinventing the game, which is not going to be reinvented. Rory says, when it comes to taking the most wickets in a single Ashes series, Stark is 6 away from breaking his personal best, and that was across 4 tests. He's 5 short of tying his record with half as many tests. Stark's been phenomenal. He's like Mitchell Johnson back in what, 13-14 was it? Or 14-15? I can't remember. Mitchell Johnson prime time was just absolutely filthy stuff. England trail by 18. It's still a great crowd there, though. That's what you love to see. You can't hear the Barmy Army doing nothing, but it is great to see that there is still a great crowd here, despite the fact that the game doesn't look spectacular. So Doggett, next bolt. And that will be a no run. Stokes knows he's the only he's the last chance. Stokes knows. He knows not to push his luck, but also to push his luck. It's a really tricky situation. You still need to get runs, but you don't want to put yourself into a shit situation. Next one. And that's going to be no run. Shatish says, England should not tamper with Test cricket's tempo by mixing baseball in it. The way Stokes and Jacks are playing is exactly how Test cricket should be played. The way Stokes and Jacks, the way Boland and Mitchell Stark yesterday, Jake Weatherald and Travis Head showed the ideal way that Brandon McCullum wants England to look like, but the quality isn't at that level. Again, I think that the batters are very good for England if they're doing a different style. I just don't think they're built for the same kind of trajectory that we see from guys like Travis Head and guys like what we've seen from Jake Weatherall this series so far, besides the first innings of the first test. You see Marn be patient. Sometimes he can get caught out early, but he's patient. Australia do know how to turn on the heat and then turn off the heat, whilst England, they try to turn on the heat for a significant proportion, and then they don't really know how to adapt. The adapting for England is just not a thing. Next ball, if we dog it. So yeah, I do think that overall their adapting is impossible to do as a team, and that's why they just need to have one simple strategy that isn't just swing at the ball. Nate says Stark would do a better job than the spineless rat we have. Steven says they need to repeat the same pitch to the Gabba for the rest of this series. Perth was a bowler's wicket. It's very obvious. It's a batsman's wicket here, and that's what makes a great Ashes series. Yeah, they definitely decided to do that because they lost $3 million at Cricket Australia from the first test because obviously they had to pay for the stadium and all that kind of jazz. So they lost $3 million. So now, if we can get to day 5, they'd be loving it because then they won't lose anything. But currently, they'd be losing $1 million if it finished here today. So they're really begging that Ben Stokes has a big one here. Begging. Keep the English happy, get some beers into them. Keep selling merchandise, keep selling food. Promotional wise. There's so much that goes into it needing to go 5 days. All right, so next balls. Nisa is up here for his 10th over. He's given up 31, so good economy. Oh, good ball. I do feel like Nisa is going to be the guy for this innings because he's already got those 2 wickets. He could have had 3. And yeah, it obviously bounced there. But he could have had 3, and every ball that he's doing has just been super close. Nisa is looking like he's turning it on here for this second innings, and we need somebody outside of Boland and Stark to turn up. I'm actually excited about the BBL. You're one of very few. Dan says, I can only imagine how much money you'd spend a day at a test cricket match. Yeah, absolutely. You know, so much beer, so many drinks of water, couple of fries, probably a burger or a hot dog at some point, even though it's awful. Burgers and hot dogs at the cricket stadiums are usually pretty dribble shit. They're pretty dribble, and the beers are obviously mid-strength. But yeah, you'd go through quite a lot, especially with modern-day Western prices. You go to a cricket match in India, wow, way cheap. Wow, way cheap. You go to a cricket match in Australia, God bless your wallet. Good night, wallet. Your wallet finished. It's gone. Actually, I wonder if the English will turn this into a success if they can get to day 5. I feel like it would have been a successful day 4, but like they'll say that it's a successful test. I wonder. That's kind of their only option, though. Their only option is to get through to the end of the day, set up a lead of 152 hunch, and then... Well, there's a catch opportunity there. And then set Australia in late in the night, and then just have to hopefully bowl us out before we get to 152 hunch and put the pressure on. That'd be a turn of events, but that would be a turn of events. Shati says, if England somehow manages to get a lead of 160 or 190 and make Australia bat under the lights, this will be challenging. And this is what I was saying in the first day. This is what I was saying, that although the 50 runs, I guess, were needed, if they send us out under the lights and get a wicket or even 2 wickets on day 1, this whole test complexion would have been so different. It's very highly unlikely, but like there's a possibility for sure. But yeah, there's absolutely no way England would finish off the night. They would probably send Australia in with 30 minutes to go or an hour to go. That would be their only opportunity at an absolute miracle of epic proportions. I'm just glad we're still here, but better than 2 days. Better than 2 days. I feel like with Adelaide, though, we'll pretty much see a relatively similar pitch, but I do feel like it'll be not as bat friendly, but I would like to see a very similar pitch to what we're seeing here, yeah. That's actually paid £8 for a Subway 6-inch sandwich. 6-inch sandwich. And a small bottle of water outside of the train station yesterday travelling home. £8. So what's that? £8 to AUD. 16 Australian dollars for a 6-inch and a small bottle of water. That's insane. Dude, in Vietnam, you get a banh mi and a bottle of water for like the equivalent of 80 cents Australian, which for you would be like 50p or something. Two says England just 2 more wickets down than where they should have been now. I think 3 wickets down. I would say 3. But similar. Stephen says, also, I think people aren't factoring in the reason the English are struggling is the heat. Yeah, I get they are professional, but the Australian hits different than they are in their winter. I have mentioned this throughout this test so far. Many times. I definitely am factoring it in. Absolutely factoring it in. You could see it from Jofra Archer, and that's the biggest reason I emphasised it. You could see it. Ben Stokes will definitely start to feel it. And that's why I thought it was also relative negative that Jofra Archer was out there batting for a good 5 overs or whatever on the start of day 2. Because then you saw that his bowling just wasn't there. And he brought the pillow because he's obviously tired. Next ball. Oh, swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Suffice to say, I won't be using those jokers again. That is, yeah, crazy. It's funny, they have a Subway in Vietnam. I don't know why they have a Subway in Vietnam. Because why would you go and spend a ludicrous amount of money for Subway when you can just get a banh mi for like 50 cents Australian or 70 cents Australian kind of deal? In India, I had a Subway in Agra where the Taj is, and they didn't really have the same kind of sandwiches and meats that we do usually, but it was actually pretty good. I didn't mind it. Polo says I can never relax till that Stokes is out. Yeah, I agree, but he needs to get like 250 odd, 250 to make this a chase for Australia. And that's up in the air, and that will be a single. But I get you. Yeah, I think that after Headingley, people will always look at Stokes and say he can do something. And if anyone needs to do something, it is their Kiwi captain. But Will Jacks is holding his own right now too. But this is the way the first session always goes. Besides when England capitulated in the first 3 overs of the first innings. The first session and the second session are flat as. And that's why England did just need to get through last night. The only issue is that they're at their point. As soon as one of these guys gets out, you're into Gus Atkinson. But they can still get runs. Like these guys, they should still get runs. The only issue, again, actually, what can someone now let me know what the odds are for a draw? So I originally told you to chuck a 10 on it at 11.50. Yesterday it was at 6.50, someone said. What are the odds of a draw now? As it says, no worries, Stark dismissed Stokes many times. Yes, but there is reason that the reason why people look at Stokes is because Stokes has been known to have big innings when needed. Doggett is currently bowling at, well, he went from 134.3 to 139 to 133.6. England trails by 16 runs. I think that's one thing that people aren't factoring in, Stephen, is that England still trail by 16 runs. They're still effectively 6 for minus 60, 6 for minus 16. $34 draw odds. I think if you can get through 2 sessions here, if England can save out for 2 sessions and keep Stokes in, 34 is pretty juice. But it does show the weather shouldn't be too bad. Again, Australia winning this game, but I'm just thinking the possibility. Ooh, Jacks on 13, Stokes on 19. 19 from 65, Jacks on 13 from 38. As people have said, amazing what England can do when they're not just swinging the ball. Swinging at the ball. She says these two should bat at least till the second new ball. If they can, I think right now it's not even thinking about that. I think they just need to think about getting through the first session. We've got another hour. Oh, big swing, big miss. Maybe no. Good bowl though from Doggett. Geez, his bowling has been good. Right now for mine, take it in steps, man. You can't be thinking long term for England. You have to, and this is what Stokes and Jacks are doing right now. They're just taking it in the moment, which is what Test cricket is about. It's about patience. You have to just settle. You can't be thinking. You can't be thinking about getting through to the end of the day. You can't be thinking about getting through till the end of the test. You can't be thinking about, oh, well, let's send in Australia this time. It's just about ball by ball, over by over right now. And if anything, you want to look to the future, just get through till lunch. That's the main thing. I would say if you're ever going to think of something right this very second from England's perspective, just get through till lunch. But you got to take it ball by ball, over by over. Shatiz says, is there any rain for tomorrow? Any forecast? Potentially. More so later tonight. Later tonight at around 8 p.m. onwards, it looks like it might rain. But it says light rain predicted. Tomorrow doesn't look as bad as it originally did, but there is potential scattered light showers. Rain in Brisbane, no way. Well, last year's Indies series, would like to have a debate with you about no rain in Brisbane. Last year's India series in Brisbane was absolutely diabolical to watch. Just absolutely diabolical to watch. All right, so Nisa back in for a bowl. Come on, a big knee, son. He knows the Gabba well, the Brisbane Heat star. He knows the Gabba well. Next up, no run. No run. No run. No run. Stokes' series, innings 4, runs 46, average of 15. So he's just above his average right now. This series specifically. How is the weather in Fiji? What are the temperatures? Oh, it's raining today, to be fair. It's probably about 30 or something like that today, probably. Oh, it's 24 degrees today, sorry. It usually sits around the 27, 30 mark. It's a cooler one today. Last year, half the day I remember was delayed for rain. No, there was a day where there was like 40 minutes in total of play. We'd come out for 5-minute increments. Last year's India series in Brisbane was just diabolical. Yeah, most of the healthy chunks of rain that are coming over the next 24 to 48 hours either come late tonight. It is a bit more of a higher chance at about 6 p.m. Like the highest chance of rain today is more so at midnight, but there is meant to be a bit of rain. Oh, no, sorry, I'm looking at Fiji. I'm looking at Fiji. Hold on. Yeah, no, it's 7 p.m. Sorry, 7 p.m. is when it's meant to start raining. 7 p.m. in Brisbane. Oh, good bowl. No run. Half maiden just past Jay. Was it as bad as some of the rain delays for a few of the NRL games this year? Do you know what constitutes a rain delay in cricket? Bruce? Because to compare the rain delays in cricket to what we saw in the NRL this year is absurd. All you need is a tiny droplet to hit the pitch, and the umps are like, nah, time to go in for a brewski. That'll be a no-run. 31 in Bali. Sounds beautiful. What is the weather like in Bali? Is it a beautiful day? Bali weather. Beautiful day. It is a little bit of cloud. A little bit of cloud. Let me guess. Let's go to Manchester. Let's get Manchester rain. It's raining. It's pouring. Oh, they definitely are snoring at this time in the morning. 5 a.m. What about London? Is there rain? It's raining. Oh, and it's raining. Oh, I'm surprised. Are you guys surprised that I just looked at Manchester and London? Oh, there's a drinks break right now, guys. So hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. Might quickly run to the bathroom, actually, while it is a quick little drinks break here, guys. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. Are you surprised? I'll leave you with this. Are you surprised that I just checked out England and it's raining? It's not raining in the old Brisbane, son. Not raining in the old Brisbane. You know what? Let's get back and let's check in on Birmingham. How's the Birmingham weather going? The Brummie. How's the Brummie weather going? Ah! So we've gone through Manchester, we've gone through London, and we've gone through Birmingham. And it's rain, rain, rain. Let's go check out Norwich. Is Norwich beautiful? How about Norwich? Rain, 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 rain. No matter where you go. Rain, 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 son. Very surprising stuff there, Ibrahim. Very surprising. Daniel Bates says, not looked outside yet here in Sleaford, Lincolnshire, but it's very dark. Okay, let's have a look then, Daniel. I'll help you out. Sleaford, Sleaford, Lincolnshire weather. Here we go. Welcome back. It's raining. It is raining, my friend. Is there anyone who's English that's watching this right now that would like me to check their weather? Get the old brolly out, Daniel. Get the old brolly out. Megan says, very surprised. Thought it would be a sunny day with the rock, not sand beaches packed out. No, it'd be packed out. Yeah, no, Birmingham's beaches are fantastic, mate. They got some great beaches in Birmingham. Massive beaches. How's the weather in Liverpool? Well, it's close enough to Manchester, so I'm pretty certain what I'm about to see. And I'm smack on. Wait, I'm gonna Google. We're still in a drinks break, by the way. Is there anywhere in England that is not raining today? And it says, as of today, December 7th, 2025, England is wet. But you might find dry spells or clearer moments in eastern England. Well, isn't Norwich east? Where is Norwich in England? Norwich is located in the east of England. So I slap you, Google AI. I slap you. I know more about the weather in England than you do. I know more about the weather than Google AI damn well does. Because I already checked the east of England and Norwich, and guess what? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. It is raining. It's raining. It's even raining wet in Scotland. Scotland! It's always raining, damn well, Scotland. It's always rainy and gloomy in Scotland. Fulham or Chelsea raining? Azu, they're in London. What are you talking about? Daniel said, I don't own a brolly. How dare you? Get the brolly out, Daniel. Get the old brolly out, son. Hull is east, yes. Yeah, Hull is east. Might not be raining, but it is cloudy in Ipswich. It is cloudy, and it's raining in Hull. Sean said it's winter here, and it's a sunny 28, very nice in the land of smiles. We know why it's the land of smiles, Sean. We know. We know. We know why you're smiling. Next up. Oh, big swing, big miss. We're back underway after the drinks break. Still find it funny. As I go through London, Manchester, Norwich, Birmingham, Sleaford, Lincolnshire, and then as you said, is Fulham or Chelsea raining? Do you realise that Fulham and Chelsea aren't cities? They're both in London. Like those clubs which you're referring to, those places are in London. Yeah, I feel like that'd be beautiful weather actually in Thailand, Sean. When I was there, it was obviously quite humid. Not humid, like just hot. Oh, but yeah! Oh, dude, that was... It's just going to be, I think, a twosie there for Jax, but geez, dog, it's getting close here in this over. Can you check Arsenal's weather? Yeah, then I'll check Sydney's weather, and then I'll also go and check Cronulla's weather. Actually, is Cronulla actually considered... Cronulla surely is considered part of Sydney, but is it actually considered Sydney? Or is it on the outskirt? Surely it is. Surely it is. But like it is south, I guess it would just be classed as South Sydney. Oh, that was a no ball from Doggett anyway. No ball. Cronulla is Sydney. Okay, so it wouldn't be like obviously Wollongong's not Sydney. I'm trying to figure out where the furthest part where's the furthest south of Sydney? Roosters, I'm just imagining miserable weather in Newcastle and Cheshire, and I'm laughing my ass off at it. Yeah, it would be miserable weather. But to be fair, it is also 5:10 in the morning for them. It's actually easy to know their time zone. Oh, Will Jacks is just checking in with the medical attention here. It's actually easy for me. I'm 12 hours. I guess it's easy for Australia with 10 hours. But 12 hours just means it's the same time switched. Just flip it. America is just impossible. It's just so difficult because you've got someone 17 hours difference, there's someone 19 hours difference, there's someone like 16 hours difference, then there's Hawaii, which is like 11 hours difference or something a day behind. Like, it's weird. Like, America's hard. DIY says, your prediction was right about India versus South Africa. India bottled South Africa. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Well, I did see South Africa score, and I said I think India do chase down around that 270 mark. What did South Africa end up getting? I predicted 275. South Africa ODI. 270. I was close enough. But yeah, India smacked him. Wow, geez, 271 for one. Yeah, they absolutely smacked him. Yeah, wow. 116 from Jaiswal. Must have been coming too slow for him in that one. Rohit Sharma out for 75 and Virat Kohli not out for 65. Yeah, good performance there from India. Did predict that. Being at home. Too bad Jaiswal couldn't do that against the Aussies, but Richie Stark, don't come at the old Starkmeister. Never come at the old Starkmeister. They're just checking in on Will Jacks right now with the medical attention because it come off the top of his helmet there. Anyway, Cronulla to Manly, Bondi to Penrith is Sydney. Cronulla is sort of the border. That's why I had that little bit of confusion, but I did assume that Cronulla was Sydney, but it is right on that kind of edge. Maybe when you leave Cronulla going south to Wollongong, as soon as you leave Cronulla, you'd be leaving the Shire, right? So the Shire is part of Sydney, so then anything outside of the Shire would be not Sydney. South. All right, so he's about to come back underway here. He's putting his gloves back on. Come on, get through 50 more minutes here, England. You still trail by 13 runs. Just get through 50 more minutes. That's all we ask for. Get through the whole day. Come on. Give us some cricket to watch. Get through the whole day. Come on. Come on. Get through the day. I am seriously considering doing BBL, though. Even though I'm not too excited about it, I am seriously considering doing it because otherwise it'll get boring in between days when there's nothing on in this NRL and whatnot off season. All right, so Doggett still balling. That was a 2-no ball, by the way. 2-no ball. There are some bogans there, though. Ooh, no run. There are some bogans there, though. I sometimes consider them not even on the earth, let alone of us Sydney men. Oh, yes. Yes, Sydney men compared to Cronulla. Yeah, I think I would have a significant debate in regards to quite a lot of areas in Sydney as to, you're referring to Cronulla being coked up. There is plenty of, I would say that they are nowhere in the top 5. Not even in maybe the top 10 for that terminology that you've just mentioned. No run, good bowl, Doggett. Kraken says England team relies on Stokes too much. Yes, and Archer, but Archer hasn't been doing well in this match, in this series. But yes, they do heavily rely on Stokes. Redfern should be the worst, right? Or maybe in the past it was quite gentrified. Redfern was gentrified. It's still not great, but it's gentrified. It's a lot better than what it once was. You're probably more so looking East Sydney. East Sydney is full on for it. Central Sydney is also quite on for it, which I guess Redfern is close enough to. But no, Redfern was gentrified quite significantly, comparably to what it was, 30 years ago. Oh boy, Doggett. I've been super impressed by him. If he can get through the next 2 balls without giving up a run, he is under 3 runs and over economy. He's 2.9. Like, that's beautiful stuff. Oh, boy, that was close. It's a great bowl. Partnership of 36 from 98. Areas around the city are pretty dangerous. to Australia, our version of dangerous. And it says, is there always a constant smell of weed in towns in Australia? I can always smell the crap here. No, bro. Is it legal in England? Next up. And no run. Is it legal there? It's not. It's legal in, I think, the ACT here in Australia. I don't think it's legal anywhere else. But no, when you go to Las Vegas and when you go to America, yeah, there's just a stench of weed 24/7. But no, not in Australia. Oh, I need. It's really impressive by them to hold out for that draw. You know, you got to really take your hat off to them, especially considering that the West Indies, they have been very disappointing for many years now, and for them to steal that and force a draw is crazy stuff. It's a stench of something else in LA, not just from weed. Yeah, LA is not the worst for weed. Vegas was really poor for it, like really, really bad. Just no matter where you walked, there was someone just smoking somewhere. And yeah, everywhere, whether you're in a casino or not, like it was just everywhere, dude. And obviously, when you're in Vegas and you're staying at these hotels, the hotels you have to go through where we say the Venetian, the Palazzo. You have to go through the casino floor to go to your room or to leave your room. So no matter what, you're going to have to go through it and smell it in the floor. And Vegas does have an interesting flavor to it, very interesting flavor to it. It just smells like lost money. Viva lost money. All right, 40 minutes to go until lunch. I'm actually liking this. Trails by 10. Come on. Let's get it. Like, the run rate is extremely slow, but this is what you want to see from England. They have changed and adjusted their game plan from what we saw. Oh, they're going to get 4 there, which is nice. They've changed and adjusted their game plan from what they went in with last night. Kraken says, Bangladesh defeated India in tournament. West Indies is fighting back. More than 100 countries officially playing cricket now. Yeah, but West Indies are far away from being where they once were. Bangladesh are also quite far from being anything of reasonable note, but I want to see the improvement worldwide for sure. And it's good to see. But to be fair, this is also coming from an Australian where we know we're the best. So it's like when you see such success, it's difficult to see the improvement from teams extremely low to getting out of that extremely low category because you're only focused on the best. And that's why I guess it's difficult to wrap your head around to see the improvement because like their improvement is still really poor. But it's improvement, which is showing progression. Mark says, I took out a pole dancer in Vegas. Was an interesting night. How much did that set you back, Mark? A pole dancer in Vegas. Surely they would be pretty costly there. Oh, look at the Aussie there in the Barmy Army. Gee whiz. Well, he'd be loving it now, but at times it'd be tough. So trails by 5. England, you might be about to take the lead again. Wow-wee. Geez, that's a looker. Next up, no run. They've just said in the commentary, do you think the King's watching? Yeah, I don't know if the King's watching, bud. I don't think on day 4 in this situation that the King's watching, Mark. Kraken says, Afghanistan is a great underdog, hoping to see them perform in the T20 World Cup soon. It was great. It's great, isn't Afghanistan the team Maxwell did his number on against? I think Afghanistan was the one where he punched them out, no? Next bowler from Scotty B. Scotty Boland coming in. No run. Yeah, the 200 one. Yeah. A custard pudding is a thing in Australia. Is it the same as what you're referring to? I don't know, but yes, there is custard puddings and stuff like that. But I don't know if that's. Oh wait, next Sunday is when the Big Bash begins. Oh, there you go. Next Sunday. I might do like the first game, see how I feel, see if I'm enthralled, see if I'm into it, And then if I'm into it, then I'll do the rest of the season. If I'm not into it, then I'll leave it at that. Kraken says, do you all give a shit about the WBBL in Australia? No, dude. And that's not meaning to be disrespectful to the women's game. It's just that no, dude. Oh, custard tarts, yeah. That'd be what we love. Oh, good custard tarts. Beautiful, Ruth. Oh, custard tarts. Beautiful. Yeah, gotta love good Very nice, Sean. Very nice. Gotta love a good tart. All right, so Brent Doe come back in for a bolt. Next pull. Up in the air. Oh, no run. No single, sorry. Mark says, was expensive. She wanted to go to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, and we caught a show. Also, dabbled in some Colombian Colombian fun. About 2K all up. Is that US dollars? Yikes. Yeah. Everything in Vegas is expensive. Was this like recently or like ages ago? Because when I was there earlier this year for the NRL when Sharks played the Panthers. Not actually forced it because you can click on, but it's an awkward thing. Essentially forced it that you have to tip your Starbucks server, and you're just like, why am I tipping my Starbucks server? I am standing up here ordering a coffee. That's literally your job, just to do that and hand it to me here. If you're like a server, a waiter and stuff like that, I'm like 100%. I'm happy to tip you, happy to be a part of it. And I know that you're not getting a huge wage and all that kind of stuff. And you are just, fighting hard for a life and whatnot. But to suggest that you have to tip your cashier when you're buying clothes, what? What am I tipping? What am I tipping to tip the cashier? Like, why am I expected to tip you for doing your literal job and not providing like a good service? All you're doing is grabbing the clothes that I've gone and picked out myself. The clothes that I've gone and picked out myself. You put that, you scan it, you put it there, and then you ask for the money. Is it like, really? And you asking for a 10% tip? Again, when it comes to restaurants and when it comes to people who are actually doing like a genuine service of coming to your table, being nice, you put on a friendly face, making your experience better kind of deal, great. But Americans gotten silly, dude. Americans gotten really silly. Tipping's not a thing in Australia either, Daniel. People will do it occasionally, but it's not an expected thing. And that's why it's getting a little bit worrying in places like Thailand and Vietnam and whatnot, because all the Americans go there and then tip, and then now a tipping culture is slowly becoming expected, even though tipping isn't an expectation in these countries, but it's slowly becoming expected because the Americans do it, the Canadians do it, and whatnot, and then it's kind of expected amongst Australians and all that type of jazz. It's not everyone, but the point is that an expectation is growing, which again is fine. I would prefer, in a lot of ways, that's going to be a single there. I would prefer in a lot of ways to tip for extremely ordinary things in those places, though, because one, it's extremely inexpensive, and two, the money is going a long way. Sean says a good tip is don't piss into a running fan. Haven't personally tried that before, Shauno, but thank you for the advice. Oh, it was dollar for dollar in 2000. Was dollar for dollar in 2013, Mark? Dollar for dollar. Wow, we must have been flying as a country back then. DIY says WBBL did numbers in India. The people in India suddenly care about women's cricket in India after they won the World Cup. Really? Well, good stuff. It's not for us, but good stuff for India. No run. No run. Why has Daniel and Sean just come together to sing Kumbaya about urination advice? Like, what's happening? Do you see that, by the way, Sean, what I just referred to in Thailand, up in Chiang Mai? Like, there's becoming a expectation to tip comparatively to the fact that there's these countries, like locals will tell you not to tip. Because the problem with tipping in places like Thailand and Vietnam and whatnot is that you inflate the prices for the locals. If you're just giving extra money, that's going to be a single. By you giving extra money and tipping, which could be from the greatest intentions, you're actually inflating Okay, it should be back now. I don't know why, but we're back now. I don't know where you missed off, but anyway, long story short, I was saying tipping overseas leads to inflated local prices effectively, based off of conversations that I've had with people when I've been over there. All right, well, it's 6 for 175 right now. About half an hour to go of the first session. It's a cricket stream, mate. Something's always bounding stuff up. No, it does this occasionally, and sometimes the internet actually cuts out, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the actual connector point itself, but sometimes, occasionally, the headphone/microphone thing will actually just cut out, and then I'll have to hopefully be focusing on the chat for people to let me know it's muted. Sean said the tip in Thailand will cost you $5 the most. That is a third of a day's wage. Absolutely. So what I was trying to say was, when you go to places in Asia, I'm not saying don't tip, because it goes a long way, and it really does help these people out. And I do encourage you to tip in a lot of circumstances. But the con to that, which is what locals told me when I was in, say, India, or when I was in Thailand or Vietnam or these places, what was to be aware that it inflates local prices. So it's like the expectation isn't there, but it's a slowly growing expectation, which is then inflating local prices. Oh, it's a beautiful bowl from Scotty Boland, but it will just go right on through. Jeez, I don't know what that noise was. Dale says, I tip in poorer countries, but never in the West. No way, do one. Well, you do have to in America, dude. You do have to. It's not real. It's not an option in majority of places. Like, it's implemented into their system for the majority. In a lot of places, like in Fiji, for example, or in Australia, tips are just implemented into the bill, which is a lot easier. I'm not going there then. Everybody else says Jackson Stokes doing okay staying there. Yeah, that's what we want. I want to see it. I don't want to win by an inning, so I want to be able to watch cricket. Oh, geez, that was so close to the bat, dude. That snicko didn't go off, but it was so close to the bat. Geez, Scott Boland's deviation since yesterday has been just gigantic. Next bowler here from Scotty B. No run. And so I'd much rather visit Southeast Asia, to be fair. Dude, Southeast Asia is amazing. It's where I was all this year. Beautiful. Cameron Green's looking likely to come on for a bowl soon. Since I live in Bali, I don't tip. Do you understand where I'm coming from in regards to the inflation of local prices, though, based off of it? Again, though, to remind everyone, to emphasize everyone, I'm not saying don't do it. Like, it's nothing to you and it's a lot to somebody, but just be aware there are cons that are involved with it. Bowling 2 for 40. England trails by 1 run. Come on, 2 more runs, England. 2 more. Duraz says, am I hearing a cashier is supposed to be tipped for standing there and doing what they should do doing as a cashier? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there was an expectation of a tip when I was at Ross. I didn't, because I said this. I said, listen, look, appreciate you, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Scott Boland, no run. It just doesn't at all. Mark says, absolutely, it's okay if you're staying at a hotel, but just out for a meal here, no need. Yeah, there you go, yeah. Like, that's the thing. I would say, again, tipping one of the guys who takes your bags to your room. Absolutely. That's someone who's lifted your bags and provided you a service. Yes, it's their job, but like I feel like that is absolutely a worthwhile thing to tip for. Next up, Boland, no run. If you get, say, an upgrade on a room, or the receptionist is overly kind to you, very nice, and giving you directions and giving you helpful advice and whatnot, tip them. Beautiful. That's amazing. If you're buying a t-shirt and they're scanning it and giving it to you, no. but also in India and in Thailand and in Vietnam, in regards to taxis, be aware of the prices you're paying. Because they will get as much as they damn well can out of you. So final ball here of the over for Boland, and that's going to be a no run. I'm assuming Indonesia will be the same, actually. I would assume Indonesia would be the same with that one. Well, maybe not Indonesia, but Bali. I guess that's also kind of everywhere with taxis. But it's just a lot easier for you to not know you're getting ripped off in these places because you don't know the currency compared to back home. That you'll get ripped off in Australia and you'll be like to the cabbie, you're a dickhead, I'm not paying that. But in Thailand, you don't really have that option to do that in a lot of ways, and for the most part, you're probably not even going to recognise that you're getting ripped off. So come on, Greenie's coming in for a bowl here. Greenie. Come on, Green. Just slap him over. Just grab him by the hair and pull him. Smack him in. Send Stokes home to Auckland. Come on. Send him back to Kiwiland. Come on. It's all go get here. Like Uber don't use taxi. Yeah, like in Vietnam, it's Grab. Uber doesn't exist in Vietnam. And Grab is here also Thailand. It's going to be first ball, no run. Uber doesn't exist in Thailand and Vietnam or Malaysia. Malaysia was also Grab. I don't know if it exists in Malaysia. I didn't try it, but definitely Grab. Grab is just Asia. Singapore. It's really cool, actually. There's that guy on Instagram who does those interviews with like billionaires in the streets and you know multi-millionaires to the hundreds. And next bowl here from Green. Oh! Oh my gosh! I thought I heard maybe a little something, but it definitely did miss. Definitely did miss. That guy who like speaks to billionaires and gets advice and whatnot for the public. He spoke to the guy who owns Grab. Jeez, he was an interesting bloke. Really good stuff to listen to. These two actually hanging in there and applying themselves. Good. This is what England should have done last night. But you could tell from the outset that their plan was to attack. Oh, good bowl from Greenie. Still, England trail by 1 run. Sean says, when you can feed 8 people and get 2 bottles of whiskey, you tip as your glass never gets to the bottom. Your server will make sure of it, so you tip for good service. Exactly right. Tip for good service, and especially in that situation, like waiters and waitresses and stuff like that. That's a service, absolutely. You know, like I said, in regards to a receptionist who is going out of their way to help you, or you know, yeah, like certain things. There are definitely, absolutely, encouragement to tip for the most part, but also not for just silly shit, because the silly shit inflates the local prices. Vietnam is really good for that, Sean. You give a tip to your waiter and your glass will definitely never get to the bottom. .4 overs bowled here. 6 for 176 for England. England. Mark says news from Pakistan. Malakal for a duck. I wonder who Pakistan play next. Next bowl here from Cameron Green. And no run. Let's go have a look at what Pakistan are doing. Pakistan cricket. I don't think they have anyone to play soon. Oh, they do. The next, Sri Lanka. They lost to Sri Lanka in the last T20. Geez, they've had 7. They're having 7 T20, one-off tournaments. Oh, they're having like a T20 tournament right now. Pakistan beat South Africa in an ODI. No run. Pakistan beat South Africa by 2 wickets and 2 balls left in an ODI. Then they lost to South Africa, and then they beat the Saffers in a 3-game ODI series. And the second one they won by 7 wickets. Yikes! And then They played Sri Lanka in a 3-game ODI series. They beat them by 6 runs. They beat them again by 8 wickets and 10 balls left. Wow. And then won by 6 wickets against Sri Lanka. They're doing pretty well at that. Looks like they're really trying to focus in on the ODI. So Boland coming back on for his next over here. Then they played Zimbabwe, won by 5 wickets, 4 balls left in the T20. Played Sri Lanka and beat them by 7 wickets. Zimbabwe, who are they playing? They lost to Sri Lanka a couple of times lately too, though. Oh, good weather from Boland to stop that one. I try to tip as much as I can. Like usually if I order food on Uber and they deliver it earlier than estimated time or even friendly service or encounter, I'm happy to tip here and there for the service. You're one of very few. I don't think many people do. I used to do a bit of like Uber Eats driving and stuff like that quite a few years back. So very occasionally get a tip and it's usually from an American. Did you guys hear about the raccoon that broke into a liquor store in the US and got absolutely hammered? Yeah, I did see that. All right, next bowl here from Scotty Boland. And single. Tie game. Let's go, England. Let's go. Hey, scores are level. England. Scores are basically level. How about it? I think they just said 50 runs in an hour and a half. That's so good for this English team. Like that's never what they do, but they're doing a different strategy here because, you know, they're doing their best here, and I love it. I love that they've adjusted to keep in this game. Not going to win, but like just to keep in it. Sean says, if you like tipping, ring the bell on the bar. Free drinks for the ladies. Yes. Yeah, but that gets dangerous because you know that. I know about that thing. A lot of foreigners don't know what it's for. So you get like a bunch of Aussies or a bunch of Englishmen who go to a bar in Thailand or a bar in Vietnam and they see a bell and you'll get one dickhead who'll go, oh, what's this? And then there's like, you have to pay. For people who don't know, I'm giving you advice here. 1 second. When you go to Thailand, unless you got money, don't ring the bell. Because that bell means you're paying for every person that's drinking the bar. Whatever they're drinking at the time, you pay for every person in the bar if you ring that bell. So sometimes people do it deliberately. Most people will do it deliberately because they feel generous and they've got money and they're willing to have a good time. And everyone kind of gives them attention and shows them love and whatnot. But sometimes people are just unaware and then are pretty much forced to pay for the entirety of the bar. Next up. Oh, good bowl. No run. Is that actually a thing? I've seen it in movies like Top Gun Maverick. Is that a real thing? What, in regards to ringing the bell in the bar? Absolutely. Absolutely, dude. You ring that bell, you are paying for everyone's drink. And that's why a lot of the time you'll see, it's very funny, that when you're, and that includes like staff and stuff too, mind you, a lot of the time, if the bar allows that kind of stuff, like especially for the girls who are there. But a lot of the time guys will be sitting there and then they'll be speaking about it with their mate or people, and people will overhear, and they'll actually choose. 1 second, next up. No run. People will order a new, like really good but more expensive drink they wouldn't normally have because they know they're going to get another one very soon if they know somebody's about to ring the bell kind of deal. It's very funny. Sean says, and if you don't pay, the Thai ladies will let you know about it. Yeah. Like most people are usually drinking beer, which costs absolutely nothing. But some people are drinking, you know, they could be drinking high-end champagne. They could be drinking high-end whiskey. They could be drinking anything, and you got to pay for it. It's not their fault that you were stupid enough to ring the bell. This is weird. Never seen any of the bars I've been to. Do you get tossed out if you either can't or don't pay? Yeah, you learn about it. You find it pretty quickly. Have you been to bars in Asia, Ruth? Or are you just saying like locally in Australia? In Australia, I don't think it's a thing. I've never seen it in Australia, but in Thailand for sure, and Vietnam for sure. All right, so next bowl here from Greeny. It was a maiden in his first over. And he's keeping on with it now. No run. No run. Look, locally, if it isn't a thing in Australia, then that explains it. No, it's not. It's well, maybe some bars will have it for sure, but it's not like a common theme. Is he even old enough to go to a bar? Yeah, in Australia, you'd find some places would have it for sure. Actually, some places do have it. Like I remember in Burleigh Heads on the Gold Coast, used to be a bar that did it. Where my dad used to always frequent, but it's not like a common thing like over there. Next ball, and he goes for it, but it'll just be a single there. I know you probably don't gamble a lot, but do you think something like greyhound racing should be banned? Well, England will take the lead here by 1 run. England. Very deep conversation that. I used to gamble a lot. Used to have a gambling addiction. Got rid of that very thankfully. But, yeah, I'm not a fan of greyhound racing, but overall, a lot of these dogs and horses are treated exceptionally well, but it's just unfortunate. Big bowl, big miss. I'm not as against it as a lot of people are in regards to it, because they try to use the health of the animals, and a lot of the time the animals are actually treated exceptionally well, especially like big horses and stuff like that. But with that being said, I think gambling addiction's really bad for people. Like, I think there are levels to certain addictions. They're all bad, but there is like I feel like for mine, I don't know. I was having this conversation the other day. Would you say, and again, they're both horrifically bad, but would you say that a gambling addiction or an alcohol addiction is worse? I think it's a pretty good question, because with alcohol, it's worse for your health, but I feel like with gambling, it's also really bad for your health, because you probably won't have money to eat or drink, and then you steal from friends and stuff, and it puts you into a darker hole. I actually personally feel like gambling could be worse. Again, they're both horrific, but I'm just feeling like gambling could be worse, because it leads to deeper shit for mine. Mark says if monkeys were riding the greyhounds, it would be cool. That'd be pretty cool, actually. To be fair, Mark, yeah, that would be pretty cool. Now that's an idea, Mark. That's an idea that Bali should be ahead of. Hua Hin in Thailand, there are many monkeys. Now we're talking. You want to make $1 billion industry? Well, there we go. Monkeys riding on greyhounds. Now we are flying. I'm more someone who bets on 4 horses like on Saturday, like the main races is Flemington and Randwick. Yeah, if you're 1 second, next up. Now, is a single for Stokes. You know you have a gambling addiction when you're up at 3 a.m. betting on, whatever random Irish, English, German, random American. If you're betting on those random horse races and they're like 4,000 meters long and they're hurdles and it's a 2-horse race kind of deal, you know you got an addiction then. Or you're betting on the 3rd Division Croquet League in Bulgaria. Don't they have midgets riding sheep? I wouldn't be surprised, Jay. If you can, what I always say about this world is if you can think about something, it's probably either happening or it's happened before. Dresses, tough. See, alcohol, it's like you pay to drink to have a good time with mates, and it's an excuse to get sober if you're depressed, I suppose. Gambling's just purely throwing your money away. Yeah, but gambling, throwing your money away, means then you don't have money for food, money for drink. If you've got a family, you don't have money to feed them either. You probably don't have money for rent to live. You don't have money for gas. You don't have money for anything. So ultimately, with alcohol, it's like I feel like what you can spend on it. You just really want to spend on it. With gambling, you can lose literally everything for one. Ostrich racing. I know that's the thing, Daniel. I've seen that before. Ostrich racing. Yeah. Well, how about the Great Emu War? Why don't we get the emus involved in the racing? Marcus, I never understood why dwarf throwing was around upon. That is a thing. Just watch The Wolf of Wall Street. 14 minutes to go until the lunch break. Next up. Oh my gosh, Stokes should have been gone. Oh, Stokes should have been gone there, but he gets a 4. You're lucky, man. You're lucky, man. Punch of 55, but Stokes just goes over the top there of Cameron Green. Oh, dude. Boland has been all over him, but we just haven't been able to sneak that wicket, but he is just chirping for one right now. Oh, just over the top of Greeny. Also, with gambling addiction, it's more often likely to get you to invest time in. Like, you'll be checking your parlays every 20 minutes and you try to catch up on losses, which drives you to lose more money. Exactly right. Next ball. No run. Patrick will be up in the sheds warming up his pink little latte machine. Oh, I can't believe we haven't got Cameron Green to catch that just then. Oh, dude. Gee whiz. It is too high for Cam Green. He's a tall bloke. He wasn't far away, but... he was not far away. Come on, England. Make a game of it. Yee-hoo. Next ball from Boland. And that's going to be a single. Stokes back on strike. They lead by 8. But this is exactly what I want to see, because it will give England fans a reason to watch tonight for sure, and potentially tomorrow. But like, if England can get up to 100 league, can you imagine if England got like 3 wickets quickly? I would love that. I want that. I want it to be good. I don't think it happens, but I want it to be good. They lead by 8. Like, if you can punch up to a 150 lead, at least you give us something to have a bit of a crack. Did you see on the news that Patrick won't be included in the 3rd test? No, I didn't see that, Jay, but I did see that he was saying that he will be in the Adelaide test, so I heard it out of the horse's mouth himself. But thank you to the news for letting us know about that. 56 overs bowled here, 6 for 185. Mark, since I lost one lung, I've cut my smoking in half. You really thought that was the time, Mark? Did you really think that was the time for a comment like that? Really? That's what we're doing. 35 of 102. I love Bazball. This isn't Bazball. They're not playing Bazball. This isn't Bazball that they're playing right now, and that's why they're actually still in the game, because they're not doing Bazball. I did ponder. All right, so Cameron Green for his next bowl. Guys says, who is the most injury-prone NRL player? What does that have to do with quite literally anything? I don't want to do it with players' injuries and the most, but it would be Turbo. All right, so Will Jacks is on strike right now. Green's got 2 runs. Realistically, it came off a really unlucky one, but that's going to be a single there. $10 minutes to go until lunch. I feel like this is... I shouldn't speak too soon, but I feel like this is guaranteeing us that we'll get through to the end of day 4. I feel like it is, because I feel like the first 2 sessions of the day throughout all 4 days so far, we haven't seen the second session today, but the first three days plus today of the first session, and then the first 3 days of the second session minus today, have shown that it's easy to bat on. And it is. For professional cricketers, it's easy to bat on. Unless your name is Ollie Pope and Ben Duckett in the first innings. But they probably should get out to, if this is the case, they probably get out to a 60-70 lead. Maybe. Like they are playing for a draw, and I love it. This is what I love. They are playing for a draw right now in a lot of ways. Which is what I said they should have been doing before they started getting a billion wickets last night. Someone give me a draw odds update. No run. It was 34. I said it wasn't a bad shout. Said it was not a bad shout at 11:50. Goxie in the crowd. Palms just need to use this as batting practice. Well, that's kind of what they do. They aren't just going for wax. They are getting singles, and not even really two, but mainly singles and whatnot. They're just kicking back, which is so opposite to what they usually do, but which is so necessary to what they need to do. All England has left is to play the draw. Absolutely. No run. And again, there is a chance of rain tonight from 8 p.m. And it's funny because I bet you a lot of English haven't decided to wake up this morning because they thought, it's not even worth it. Well, they're making it somewhat worth it. Like, it's... That's funny. And it says, all right, they had their fun. Can they just get out now? Well, I kind of wanted to see it. I want them to stick in. I want to have a chase. I want to have a bit of fun and enjoy the comeback, you know what I mean? Like, I want the English to have their hopes built up, develop the hopes, really nurture the hopes, really cuddle into them, make them feel nice and pretty, and whoa, Bazball's here. Even though it's not Bazball, but just build and develop those hopes and dreams. And then I want to get those hopes and dreams. And I want to shove them where the sun don't shine. And really crush the spirit. Really crush the spirit. Where then they will complain about the morals and say they won morally. Well, morality's nuts, you know. Like, that's what I want. It's a wide there from Green. But I want to break the heart. So let him in. Let him get to 200 and then let Travis Head come out and whack you for so many sixes that you're going to start saying sex with the Kiwis. My gosh, $25 for the draw. Yeah, it's coming in. Never learned, do you? I hope you're good at your job. Rain tomorrow if it gets tomorrow. It's meant to rain more so tonight than tomorrow, but a little bit tomorrow, maybe. And single there for Will Jats. I guarantee you go onto Instagram, not maybe right this second, but when the lunch post goes up, or dinner post, or tea post, whatever they call it, once that goes up, there'll be a lot of English coming out saying that, Stokes is in, we're on here. You watch him get out in the first 3 overs of the second session. Totally Pass says, just tuned in, how's it looking? It's looking like we're going to get a good day's play in, which is nice. That's what we want. Good day's play in. We're looking like we're going to get an exciting third session for mine. I think these guys will stay in for a good portion of the second session. If they can get through the second session, they might lead with the way they're playing right now by about 60, 70. And then maybe they can get to 100 by the end of the night, get out, and then we're chasing 100, but we come into the dangerous time of the night where it might be raining a little bit too, which would be a bit nervy for them. Travis Head coming in for a bowl. And then we'd probably get the first session tomorrow to do them in. So we've probably got 2 overs left here of the first session. I'm going to go have some noodles. Oz would still be ahead, but what makes you wonder if Crawley or Pope tried applying themselves and batting till today morning like they were 90 for 1 at one stage. It was still being played for a draw, but the thing is that Stokes and Mr. Kiwi himself, Brandon McCullum, it's funny that they're captain and coach is a Kiwi, but Stokes and McCullum have come in with a clear intention here to adjust and to change the way that they're playing from stupid ball to actually cricket. And that's why they're doing successful in this first session. But this is what we've seen throughout this test so far. If Australia has anybody of note, which is pretty much everybody, but if they have anybody of a note in at the first session tomorrow, we win the game, we win the day, we win the set, we win the test tomorrow morning. Unless England collapse in the second session, then we put them away the night. Because right now it's only a lead by 13. People forget this. It's only 13 of a lead. They've only scored about 50 runs in the session, maybe 60 runs in total. They're not playing high energy because they're not playing for a win. And a lot of people will forget that. They will not understand what we're actually watching. They are not playing for a win because they know Australia still have 10 wickets in hand. We've already scored 505. There is a day and a half to play, but if they can get through the second session, they can get through the third session, maybe they're able to make it a little bit scary for us. But overall, it just doesn't make... They can't win unless they get Australia bowled out for under 80, under 100. And that is very ballsy and very highly ambitious to suggest that a team that just went for 505 as a collective, not as an individual, but as a collective, got 505. So they would be highly ambitious to expect them to get under 100. Mark says, the problem with living in Bali is there are so many choices for food. Every day is a major decision. I found that in Vietnam too, with my missus in Vietnam. It was just always so much. So much options, dude. So many. You just always have something. Oh, Labuschane's going to have a bowl, is he? Labba's going to have a bowl. Here we go. Labuschagne. No, it's brilliant. You know what, Mark? I'll tell you a niche country for that too. Malaysia. Kuala Lumpur. Geez, the amount of options that there were there. Like, you've got the real eclectic mix, right? You've got a mix of Asian food, whether it be Vietnamese, Thai, Cambodian, Indonesian, all these places, but you've also got Afghani. You've also got a lot of, because there's a lot of Muslim in Malaysia. So you've got Afghani, you've got Iraqi, you've got Iran, you've got Egyptian food, and then you've got Chinese. Like, it's so good, man. Like, there's such a mix in Malaysia. Labuschagne. 13 wickets he's got. Come on, Labba. Oh, it's going to go away for a couple. But that was actually not a bad bowl there from Labba. It's actually not a bad bowl there. Just a little got down to the left of Alex Carey. This will be the final over of the session. This will be the final over of the session. Oh, man. Oh, money. Well, the English will start to wake up and they'll be like, we're still in. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. I don't believe it. Hello. 4 deliveries to go. And that's going to be a single. Be funny if he bowled Stokes. It would be very funny. He would let him know too. Like, he would let him know. I predicted Labuschagne would play the series. Well, he's not going to be winning player of the series, the old Labba. And leads by 16. Mitchell Stokes is 100% going to win player of the series. 3 deliveries left here of the first session. Next ball. No run. No run. Get into the contest, man. Here we go. A wicket. Like, if you got a wicket in these next 2 balls, you're done over in the next 3, 4 overs of a second session. This would break you if you got a wicket here from Man of all players. You got 1 more ball to survive here, England. 1 more ball to survive. 36 from 111 for Stokes. 25 from 66 for Will Jacks. England lead by 16 runs. Last delivery. And no run. there we go, guys. That is the first session done and dusted. England do survive. They do lead by, 16 runs? I think it is. Let me just go and make sure here. England currently lead by, 16 runs going into the tea break. So this is going to be a break for about 45 minutes here, guys. I'm going to put something up on the screen. I'm going to grab something to eat and chill out for a little bit. And then we will be back in 45 minutes' time for the second session, as England, with still 4 wickets in hand, are looking to put on as many runs as they possibly can. And then probably Australia comes into bat in the night. And the swing and deviation archer hopefully can get up for it. We will see how it goes. But obviously, hit that like button, subscribe for new around here. Appreciate you as always for tuning in. And I will see you after the lunch break. Lava, 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 shade. Ladies and gentleladies, let's get back underway for session number 2. Let me move the stuff off of the screen to get us all going here as England still at the crease. They haven't lost a wicket today so far, which is great to see because it means we're getting a pretty full day. As long as they don't throw away their wicket now, as long as they don't change up the plan, they keep batting like they did in the first session. Stokes and Jacks have sat in for Stokes 36 from 112, and Jacks has been 25 from 66. So both these guys are sitting nicely, which is great to see because it means we're getting a decent chunk of today's cricket rather than just getting absolutely, slapped for a couple of overs and then call it day's play. We do see England lead by 16 currently, which means that Australia, no matter what, will have to come out and bat. But they do still have 4 wickets in hand, and they just need to keep Stokes in there to keep that solidity and continuity. And Stark is coming in for a bowl now, and that is a no run to get us underway. No run. Look, it's been good so far. It's been really nice to see England not just go for a slap and tickle of the ball and just be patient. When they do that, they can be quite solid. They were doing that a lot on day 1 of this test. They didn't do that at all yesterday for day number 3 when they got in. So it's great to see that now that they're in, they're actually respecting the game a lot more and choosing their shots wisely, choosing when to actually play their shots rather than just going for absolutely every single ball. But Mitchell Stark coming in for his next bowl. He's 2 for 57, sorry. And there's going to be another no run. I hope we can knock off Stokes so we get to the tail end of the England side. We will Joff who's daddy. That doesn't make a great deal of sense English-wise. But overall, I want to see England get through the session. I don't know. I'm just a sucker for wanting a good game here. I'm just a sucker for wanting a good game. I don't want Australia to win it just so easily. I want to watch good cricket, and I would like to see these guys get through the session. Like, obviously, I'll celebrate if they go out because I'm Australian and I like that and I want to win. But I also want to see some good cricket, so I'd love to see them get through this. But they're calling out the medical attention again. I really hope they're not trying to use this just to delay play so it takes ages. J35 says, Marab got 46 by Yarn. That's mad. Well, there you go. Well, there you damn well go. Well, right now, we are getting a show from England. A show that they're not just going to lay down easy. These guys, it's a crack in the bottom of their bat, apparently. Apparently, it's a crack in the bat. So he's calling out for a new bat. But I've enjoyed it so far. I have enjoyed this style of play from England. I 100% enjoy you actually respecting cricket and respecting the game to, wait for your opportunity so much more than just hitting a 6, hitting a 4, hitting a 6, and then getting out. It is just so much better to see this. And this is what Test cricket is. Endurance, patience. 1 wicket can turn into 2 wickets, which can turn into 3 wickets in just as many overs. So it's just about who breaks first. Is it Australia that breaks first and England just, keeps on cracking on? Or is it England that cracks first and then Australia have a paltry total to chase down? Or does England just not crack and we look towards a draw? There's a single coming up here for England. And Will Jacks will move to 26. Suck first bowl from Stanley. Street ends this innings. Oh, he switched up sides. Okay. Leads by 17. Come on, Aussies. Come on. It's like I'm in a weird mix. I'm like, I want England to put up a decent enough total for us to have a bit of a laugh tonight and then tomorrow, but I also just want Australia to win too. As an Aussie, you're always going to have that. You're always going to have that mix. I think it should be the same if they were in our situation. If they were in our long form situation, not if they were in front, they'd want this game to be over now because they don't have the same success. But if they had Australia's kind of history plus also the current situation, they would feel the same. All right, Mitchell Stark, 258 from 15.3. Next bowl and good bowl, but it will be straight to the man for no run. Hold on. Sorry, I just had to clear my throat. All over the shop. Well, the first session did prove to be exactly like it has been over the first 3 days. It doesn't look like there's too many clouds around, which we were expecting there to be a bit more clouds here today. It's meant to start potentially raining. It looks like it's moving more so towards the 9 p.m. time slot now rather than 8 p.m., which means that there's only about half an hour worth of maybe rain, which would just, finish up the day late here, finish the day early here and start the day tomorrow earlier, which will start. Oh, no run. Anything over 100 league is something England something to bowl to, kind of. Like, not on this pitch. Not on this pitch, it really doesn't. But sure, I'll accept it and say sure. But on this pitch, Australia just hit 505. We've seen England go for 334. They're currently 6 for 194. At the end of the day, sure, I'll say at least that's something. But on this pitch, realistically, no. There's people who have 5-day tickets or who have day 5 tickets may get some decent action, but still grim with 1 wicket just completing. And that's going to be a single. Yes, thank you for retracting that one, Duraz. There's another single, so they're 6 for 195. Basically, Cricket Australia are loving this. They are loving this right now. Jack says the draw is what's needed. Is it though, Jack? Is it though, mate? Is that what's needed? Like, when we think about this game, is that what's actually needed? Jack says 108 enough. I agree. I'm trying. I don't know what the word is. I can't think of the word that I'm thinking of right now, but to be like, I accept it, but no, I don't know what the word is. So Cricket Australia won day 5. Of course, Cricket Australia won day 5. They lose $1 million per day. That doesn't happen. So they lost $3 million in the Perth test for it only being 2 days. So of course they want this to continue. They want to win, but they also want it to continue. Otherwise, they lose a lot of money. Next bowl here from Green. And it will go for a single for Stokes. But this is the last lifeline here for England. This is 100% the last lifeline. They need these 2 guys to stay in. Stokes is the big one for Australia to get out, but they just need these 2. Oh, we're back to talking about Pakistan. Brother, come on. Yeah, Jay's just removed it. Come on, man. Again, Malik, I'll be honest with you. Respect Pakistan, but I'll tell you that no one in this chat cares about Pakistan enough to be talking about it 24/7 here in the chat. There's a reason why Jay removed it. Again, appreciate you for tuning into the channel. Appreciate you for getting involved in the comment section. But I guarantee you that no one here really cares too much about Pakistan. Vavava says English here, it's the hope that kills you. Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's what I was saying before as a joke. I was like, Sunday was like, oh, come on, they've had their fun, like, get it over with. And I'm like, no, I want you to build the hope. I want you to develop the hope. I want you to really bring together the belief in England, son, just so that we can get that belief. Shove it where the sun don't shine, which is actually Manchester, because it is raining all over England today, as I found out before. Oh, it's a good shot from Will Jacks. That will go to the boundary for 4. Now we're seeing him open up. Now we're seeing. Jacko said it's meant to rain overnight, not actually during the day, right? It's meant to rain around 9 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m. local time, and this game's meant to go until 9:30. So, yeah, there is predicted to be a little bit of rain. I don't know if it's a good enough rain to call play, but there's predicted to be some rain potentially around that point of 8 to 9 p.m. And again, this finishes at 9:30. So if that happened, then we just see them come out half an hour earlier tomorrow, which would be great. But, no run. Facts, Jay, facts. So yeah, it's more. I originally thought it was going to be tomorrow because it did say that there were scattered thunderstorms, but the scattered thunderstorms have been withdrawn. So it's meant to be just light rain today and light rain potentially tomorrow. But the light rain potentially tomorrow is more so meant to be quite early, like midday and whatnot, and it's meant to clear by about 4 or 5, which is basically the first hour of the test. Next bowl here from Cammy Green. And it will be a single. Liam says, you at the GC. No, I'm in Fiji, mate. I'm in Fiji. Libby says, these guys are getting annoying now. Let's get them out now. No. I want to see him in. Keep him in there, son. Keep him in. Let the English believe that they're coming back. They're coming back for a massive victory. And we're going to headbutt him. Going to headbutt him right on in the nose. Right on in the nose. That's what we're going to do. Hey, they bring up the 200, by the way. Bring up the old 200. You're only 304 runs behind what Australia got. All right, next ball here from Green. Final ball, the over. No run. Ultimately, if England are looking to put on some runs, this session has to be the one because they're not getting through the night session after what we saw yesterday. They just simply won't with the amount of deviation that we see on that ball during the night. So if they're going to put on some runs, it has to be now. It has to be now. Hold on. I don't know why I have to keep clearing my throat. Vava, do you actually, I ask as an Englishman, do you actually give England a chance to win this game? It would be an incredible turnaround. It would take the most miraculous bowling effort that ever did exist. It would take just a gigantic bowling effort. No. Okay, just a very simple no. I've said since basically halfway through yesterday, or in the beginning of yesterday, that England are playing for a draw, and I feel like the way that they've come out here have shown the intention to play for a draw. You know, maybe set up a lead of 150, maybe at best 200, and then look, if they get a win from a miracle bowling, sure, but more so they'd like to prevent just Australia being able to get past it in the time frame. Highlanders says, I believe in England. Yeah, but the thing is, we don't care about what the Kiwis have to say because you guys haven't won a single test match against us in like 15, 20 plus years, and you guys haven't won a series against us since like the 70s or 80s. So we don't really care that you believe in England. The Highlanders on top, to be completely honest with you. Vavas' batting for a draw would be heroically English. Yeah, that is true, dude. That is true. I remember Adelaide 4 years ago. I remember Adelaide 4 years ago where that was the case, and then Joss Butler put his foot back onto the stumps. But that is a very, very English thing to do. I don't disagree with you. You come back to GC. Not next year, Liam. Not next year. In the future for sure, but I'm just experiencing the world at the moment. I'm just experiencing the world. Just enjoying. Harrison says, what's going on here then? Bit late, England winning, I assume. Listen, Harrison, don't do it to yourself. Don't do it to yourself, Harrison. Don't give yourself the false hope, son. We've just been talking about this with va. You don't want to give yourself the false hope. Oh, my gosh. That's going to be a single there for England. Good stuff. You don't want to give yourself a false hope, son. England lead by 26 runs. Still 4 wickets in hand. Harlan says, okay, mate, I get it. Yes. Good. Has it just been completely flat and no one has created any chance from either batter so far? No, there's been a couple. Cameron Green. There was a ball that just went on top of Cameron Green. That was close. There hasn't been any, like, actual big shouts. But it has been very, very much like the first 3 days in the first session. Jago says, shit, I saw Sean type gone and thought there was a wicket. Sean listens to the commentary. He's not actually watching the game. He listens to this and gets involved in the chat and whatnot. He's not actually watching the game, so he's not going to be one, if anyone, to ruin what happens in the game. Sean type's gone because he's referring to somebody getting timed out. He's referring to them gone in the chat. The Gabba's a really good hitter's pitch, right? Usually, but the last time we played England here was when the test was over on the first 2 overs of day 3, but realistically it was over on day 2. Australia had to chase, what, like 20 runs or something like that on day 3, and we did it in a couple of overs. That's what happened last time out, but that was the first test of the entire Ashes series when Mitchell Starc bowled Rory Burns on the first ball of the entire series. Next ball, and no run. I says, nah, I just go to sleep and see what I wake up to. Always fun. Look, I think you could wake up to something okay. I don't, as I've said the whole test so far, I don't see a draw out of the equation. It would save England dramatically, but I don't see a draw out of the equation. But they would need to get through this session for that draw to be in the equation. Chance we go to day 5. There is a chance, for sure, Edward. If they get through the second session here, then 100%. 100%. If these two guys specifically get through this session, then 100%. Next ball. No run. Better chance of rain over a draw. There is a chance of rain. that's why it's in the equation. I don't think it's heavy, though. I don't think it's much. It's like we're lucky that this wasn't the first test, because a couple of weeks ago it was pouring down in Brisbane. Storms galore. Storm galore, son. Oh no, what did he say before? Oh, dude. Did you get rid of him, Joe? Fair enough, to be fair, mate. Fair enough. Tay said, this is Will Jack's highest test score, I'm pretty sure. No, he's doing well, man. But again, this is expected on this pitch. He is doing well, though. Which is why it leads you to believe that, you know, the guys that come after in Gus Atkinson, in Jofra Archer again, you know, these kind of guys still can get a few runs on the board to help England out. Next ball. No run. No, he says, my 1150 draw bet isn't looking too shabby now, although it's still far off. Well, it ended up being 35-1 earlier today. And I was saying, like, ooh, it's not out of the equation. Not out of the equation. Did you get on the 1150 draw bet when I said, like, maybe chuck a Tez? Maybe chuck a cheeky tenner on it? Is that when you got on it? The thing is, even if England somehow get to 150 lead, it won't mean shit. The pitch is flat and the head can do that in his sleep. Correct. I've got to find something to keep the mind mentally focused on the game, but correct. Next ball from Green. And 200's the same. Forget 150, say 200. You know, 200's the same. 250 is honestly the same in a lot of ways, but 250 would probably mean draw, is what I would say. To chase 250 would probably mean draw. As an England supporter, you couldn't ask for a better man in this situation than Ben Stokes. Yeah, he does stand up when the time is needed. He definitely does stand up. If there was any guy that was going to be able to pull England out of the dumpster, it's going to be this guy. And that's a really nice shot there. That should go for maybe 3, definitely 2. They just got 2 there. Nathan's got in it about 10 minutes before you said it. No. Put a 50 on it. No, Nate. You just off your rocker. You off your rocker. You got in 10 minutes before. How convenient. How convenient, Nate. How convenient. 50 on 11.50. Well, that means we get a $50 buddy donation, eh? 10%, huh? Why no? It's $55 donation. $25 donation from Nate there. Yoo-hoo! Can't a draw. Can't a draw. 10 minutes before. And that's going to be no run. No run. No run. Adrian says the audio is clipping big time. Is it, guys? Is it? Maybe it's because I was playing with this down here. I don't know. So 14 runs for Green, given up, no wickets, 4.4 overs bowled. No? Okay, sweet. Next ball, no run. Bruce says, maybe showing my ignorance here, but if weather can play a significant factor where even some light sprinkling is enough for the game to be called off, why don't they play in an enclosed stadium? It's just the way the cookie crumbles. Here and there, a bit blotchy. Sounds good in Thailand, mate. Good stuff. Maybe it's when I do this and then bring it back like that. Maybe that's what he's referring to, because when I have to clear my throat. All right, so 6 for 205. Green for his final ball of the over. Only getting up 2 so far. Next ball. Big bouncer. Big no run. Oh, it's a wide. It was a should we drop Green for the next test? Well, I think Stark's going to get a rest, so that's immediately Paddy Cummins. And then I think no, but Josh Hazelwood, if he's available, is Josh Hazelwood available for Adelaide? If Josh Hazelwood's available for Adelaide, sure, but Green's very good in the field. You got to remember that. Like, Greeny isn't just here for this reason. Like, at the end of the day, he's still got 45 runs when it was needed, 46 runs. Next ball from Green. No run. Which is more than what Josh Hazelwood would get. And also, Green's a great fielder, so the answer is probably no. There's not much going on here for the Aussies right now. England just punching their way through. Just doing what they need to do here. I wonder if the Aussies are starting to get any kind of frustrations that they can't get them out just yet. Not reading that one out. So just remember, Australia are in for 120 overs or so. That's what England are at now on the half at 63. All right, Starkey back in for his next bowl. 2 for 61. 17 overs bowled. Feeling a wicket, Starkey. Come on, I'm feeling a wicket. And, oh my gosh, good fielding, though, to stop it going through. Feeling a wicket, Starkey. I'm feeling it. You know what? I'm going to make a prediction. It's in the next 3 overs. Wicket. In the next 3 overs. I'm taking it. Now, you know what? I'm going to predict that it's in the next Stark over. Not this one. The next Stark over. So that's in 3 overs. That's what I'm doing. I'm backing it in. And if he gets it now, I told you. Doesn't get it, I also told you. Going to be right either way. I'm predicting 3. And that's going to be a single for Will Jacks. So England lead by 30 runs. 30 runs. That would be huge though, Nate. Like, how do you, with that, if you actually bet on it, so does that mean that when push comes to shove, do you back in the Australians or do you back in the draw? Like, if there's a chance of a draw, do you prefer the draw to happen at the detriment of your nationality? Or do you still back in your nationality over the detriment of your bet? All right. Third bowl here of the over. And good fielding. Good fielding by the Starkmeister. He gets me going, Jay. Gets me going. Just tickles the wrong area of the brain. He's a buddy football star, Mitchell Stark, with that little action with his left foot. Now he says, I put on Aussies to win another multi-bow, still cracking. Yeah, okay, but let's assume you didn't do that. What's your choice? Is it the choice of winning $550 but to the detriment of your nation, or is it losing your $50? Oh, it's a good shot. I'll go for a single. Or is it to the detriment of your bet, but you lose $50, but your team wins, and we get to laugh at the English? When push comes to shove, what's the choice? And that's why I don't bet on sports that involve my team. I don't really bet anymore anyway, but like that's why I don't bet on sports that involve my team, because then that question comes into your mind. Still 4 more wickets to be taken here. England lead by 31. Fifth bowl from the over from start. And Ooh, that will go through there for a single. Mate, the state that Rent is in Sydney right now, I'd take the draw. Yeah, look, you have to choose. I just hate the thought of feeling that choice. Because it's like you can't really be happy about either option, but you can't be unhappy about either. Like it's you can't be unhappy about either option, but you can't be happy about either option. Like either way, something loses. Some people go, "Oh, well, I win either way." Well, it's like, well, no, because you're still losing either way too. Yeah, okay, sure, you win either way, but you also lose either way. You know, in that situation when it's like a betting against your team or whatnot. All right, so I wonder if Green's still bowling or they've got somebody else to come in. Scott Boland's obviously still having a bit of a spell. It's just this pitch has been impossible to break through. That's why when Australia come in tomorrow, they'll be able to chase whatever. But like this pitch is just so difficult to break through. That's why last night was so confusing in so many ways. So confusing when England just fell and collapsed and nearly didn't finish out the night. They should have done so much better. If they had done so much better, a draw would have been so much more likely. And I guess even a win would still be on the cards. Rent says draw, Hart says Aussies win, but knowing my luck lately, the bloody Poms will probably win. It would take a gigantic miracle for the Poms to win this game. A gigantic miracle. All right, so it is Doggett back to bowling here. 36 runs from 11 overs. Pretty good run right there. Partnership of 81 here. You break through this partnership and you break the hearts of the English. Will Jacks will be on strike. I just want Doggett to get a wicket so that we can laugh at Jacko. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking. Is it too much to ask for? I just want to be able to laugh at Jacko, not just because of Bournemouth, but also because of Brandon Doggett getting a wicket. And he said he wasn't good. He's actually been bowling really well. Sean, it's Brisbane summertime at night with humidity and it's Australia bowling at you. You're gone. It's not an easy task, that's for sure. First ball, and it will be no run right through him. Who does Brendan Doggett play for in the BBL? Brendan Doggett. He's not Brisbane, is he? I think he might be Brisbane. Brendan Doggett is an Australian fast bowler known for his BBL career with the Brisbane Heat, Sydney Thunder, Adelaide Strikers, and most recently the Renegades. Okay, so he's the Renegades now, is he? I knew he used. I felt like he used to play for Brisbane. Was involved in Brisbane. Next ball. Oh, nearly got him. No humidity like Australian humidity. Oh, I can tell you there definitely is humidity around the world that is tough. Fiji humidity is pretty rough. Guarantee you Papua New Guinea are going to disagree with you. Papua New Guinea humidity, they're on the equator. I reckon Mark in Indonesia would find some pretty rough humidity. Thailand is pretty rough, Sean. I agree with you there. Dasmate also says fuck D20, which is also not related really to kind of the overall conversation that we're talking about, but you know that is what it is. And there'll be a no run. Yeah, no, Australia's humidity is rough, but trust me when I say like there's plenty of rough, humid places around this world. Taylor says, if we won this, I would fly to Australia to run around the MCG naked. Well, you got to make up for Matty Hayden not getting the kid off for Joe Root when he got his 100. Mark says, gets him in Bali. Last year, me and Tattoos were slightly... Oh, the tattoos were sliding off my arms. Yeah, the humidity gets wild, man. Because that's all around the equator. Actually, Indonesia would be... The equator would go through Indonesia, yeah? Actually, Bali would nearly be prime time equator, no? Let's see. Equator Asia. Okay, here we go. Next ball. And that will go just for a single. So where does it go through? Yeah, it does. It goes right through the middle of Indonesia. And yeah, right through the middle of Indonesia. Probably a little bit north of Bali. A little bit north of Bali. I think T20 is a suburb in Thailand. It gets bloody humid there. Oh. Fook. I actually know a guy named Fook. Really good Thai boxer. He's the guy that I was training with in Hua Hin. I went to his first ever fight and he absolutely slapped the guy in under a minute. It was hilarious. So England leads by 33 runs. Good exchange rate at the moment. Yeah, will be. Come on, Australia. Find a way. I'm in two minds. I'm in two minds. Find a way, but don't find a way, but find a way, but don't find a way. And, I'll be single. I was say, how come when I talk about betting, I get timed out? Just wondering. Daz, mate, why'd you time him out? Why'd you do it, Daz? He's not happy. He's not happy, Daz. It could have been Jenko, to be fair. It could be Sam Jenkinson. I reckon it might have been Sam Jenkinson, actually. I can't really see it. As a Newcastle fan, tuna me. Oh, Daz. Next ball from Doggett. Oh, dude, there was a real red-hot chance there for Travis Head, but it was hard. Aspects is easy 2-0. Not quite just yet. It's a bit awkward. Like, Australia's going to win this game. They're not going to lose this game, but is there a chance of a draw? Slightly. Oh, dude, there was an opportunity for Travis. It would have been very, very difficult because it does come in fast. Oh, man. Yeah, you can't even blame him for that one. You can't even blame him for that one. He's also grabbing at his wrist there. Grabbing at his wrist. That one came at him super fast. Oh, I'll go restart my right now. Probably I have to refresh my VPN, so give me a few moments to let you know. But I would assume Travis Head might be getting some medical attention after that. I would assume it. So the mods are trolling. Gee whiz, Daz, what are you doing? You gotta stop trolling, mate. Just trying to watch the cricket. How dare you, Daz? Get a grip of yourself. Get a grip of yourself, mate. And Sam Jenkinson. Unbelievable. Okay, the KO's coming back on now. To give you credit, though, at least you didn't get done last night, and at least you haven't been done so far today, and you've got through. There is no medical delay, by the way. We are on now, and it's Michael Nisar with his third bowl, and it'll be no run. TM says, what's a defendable lead on a day 4-5 Gabba? TM, look, again, I don't think, with this pitch that we're seeing, I think this pitch is actually quite different to what we've seen in recent years. Again, the last time we were at the Gabba with England 4 years ago, we saw the match end basically in 2 days. Literally 3 overs into the third day, right, when Australia was chasing 20. I cannot see a world that England win this game, but I can see a draw. I don't see Australia losing 10 wickets without getting anything under 300-400. That's the way this pitch has played out. You're seeing career high from Will Jacks. You're seeing a massive career high from Jofra Archer. You're seeing a career high from multiple guys here down the lower end of the order. You know, Scott Boland did great. We saw Mitchie Stark at 77 runs. You know, this pitch is... I just don't see England being able to defend for a win. But if you're saying defend for a draw, then you know you'd have to be looking towards the 250, probably the 250 in my mind. A draw would be quite likely. But if it's anything under 250 or 200 of a lead, then I do think Australia can still chase that down. But can England get a draw? It's on the cards. Olivia says, I received a message this morning from an account telling me my friend had passed away this morning for being sad that Like I said, Olivia, stop engaging with it. Like I promise you, it ain't funny. You don't want to mess around with these kind of people. The fact that you're putting that there, I guarantee you, he's watching this right now. Like I got to be completely honest with you, man. I know you find it funny and nothing's happening. Jay, myself, Daz, we've all dealt with real Fruit Loops on this channel and real Fruit Loops in people. I don't find that kind of stuff funny because there are dead set losers out there who have no life. They're virgins. They have every intention to be a complete and utter prick. So the more you give attention to it, the more you feed into it, the more they're going to do it. The fact that I'm even replying to it right now is now getting them off. They're probably sitting there with their pants off right now thinking about this situation. So this will be the last time I kind of give it attention to it publicly. Guys, if you get messages from people, weird messages from people who come involved in these streams and whatnot, or just that you don't know, please don't go back at it or even talk about it openly to refer to it. Because trust me, you just don't know what people are online. You don't know who people are behind things, and they're just extremely weird. So I only say this because I love you, Olivia. You're awesome here on the channel, and we appreciate you greatly. But I'm just trying to give you advice. It's like there are weird people out there, and for the person who is doing that, you're a fucking idiot. Like just straight up, like you're a straight up clown, dude. So congratulations on getting your 2 seconds of fame. Because you're harassing a woman online, but like at the end of the day, you're just an absolute flog. No one finds you funny, and I really hope that in your life, I really do hope that in your life you find something that gives you motivation and the attention that you desire to actually be successful with something besides sitting in your mother's basement playing Wii all day and getting sweaty with your headband playing Wii tennis, you little virgin. So we're going to get back to the cricket now, but I'm very well aware of these kind of people. So we're going to move off from that. But yeah, that's just what I have to say. Taz, it's just a draw would be a monumental effort for me. I agree, Tadded. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. So England leads by 38 runs here. Next bowl here from Doggett. And plays it well, but there was a shout there. There was a shout there. 6 for 2, 17. England lead by 40 runs. Fun for us is how many sessions Australia need to get 150, 200? That's a good question. Especially if the pressure's involved. The only way I see an English victory here is if they do have that 200 lead. But like if you push it too hard, Australia will be forced into a draw. Do you know what I mean? Like if you pushed it too hard, Australia would be pushed into that little area. So it's goes back for a single. Like if Australia even get a sniff of it's going to be too difficult and they'll just defend themselves, I guess they could get into a rough situation, but it would be huge. But this pitch is just very difficult to get wickets on. Yeah, York was harmless, Daz. He was harmless. He was just really strange. And also that creeper dude, he was also harmless. He was just strange. But there's been people in the past who are off their rocker. Seriously. Next bolt here from Doggett. No run. Everyone says, been busy the whole day. Has England been good or plain old England? No, they've been really good because they're not playing their normal baseball kind of style. Yeah, no, valid, Olivia, but take my advice. I didn't expect it to get to the second session, so I need more beer. What a shame. Oh, rough. It's rough. They got to go get more beer, but you got to go get more beer, mate, and go get triple. So that's going to be a good couple of runs there. That'll be a good couple of runs there for England. Louis says he also said he hates Sam and he hates you. Good stuff. All right, we'll move on to that now. This is newborn 13 overs. Well, there you go. England's best 7th wicket partnership at the Gabba. Firing up, England. Fire them up. Fire up the old Stokes and Will Jacks. Fire it up. Fruit Loop slap, though. Maybe when I was 8. Maybe when I was 8 years old, yeah. Next ball. No run. Races, I think when it gets to under lights, we probably strike then because neither look getting out now. I said this way early before, but the issue is that we'll then have to come out under the lights. We can't lose too many wickets there because then the draw will be evaporated. If we get like 4 wickets down the night, the draw's evaporated and then the win's still likely, but there's a very heavy chance then of England coming back. But as long as we still have competent batters in there tomorrow during the day, we're sweet. It'd be sweet. All right, they're just having a quick little drinks break here. I don't think it's an official drinks break. I think they're just having a quick little sip of Bruno. But Stokes will get tired. They will at some point. It's what happens in Test cricket. At some point, we will see someone lose concentration. Someone will lose focus. And there will be a wicket. Aspect says if we just hit 100 sixes, we win easy. Sure. You know, there is that option, Aspect. There is that option. Dear me. Michael Nisa is coming in. Beginning of day 4, England was 6 for 134. 35 overs. They're now at 6 for 220. 67 overs. So they have got 94 less runs. 96 less runs. In 32 overs. Wait. No, I'm all over the shop. That's not right. Forget me. Brain's all over the shop. 96 less runs. That's not correct. Sunset's normally about 6:30, so it's still for about an hour and 10 minutes until sunset. But yeah, I would say with England, they're probably going to look. It doesn't look like it's going to rain tonight, guys. I look at the clouds there. That doesn't look like there's rain around. That doesn't look like there's bad weather around. Draw now $10. Yeah. Remember when I said that the 35 to 1 wasn't an awful shout? That was 35 to 1. No run. But I still think Australia win this game. But a 10 is not bad. Yes, England definitely want rain. Absolutely. I just feel that 1 wicket will turn into 2. I don't know if it turns into 3, but I think 1 wicket will turn into 2. Then they'll get a mini partnership going before their 3rd, and then the 4th will drop very quickly. If they break through Stokes, they break through the rest of them. And that is a no run. But now is when the doubts and the concerns will start to creep into Australians' heads, and the hope and the belief will start to creep into the English heads. And now it's a war of attrition. It is a war of patience. Can the English not have that lapse of judgment? Just have that just moment where they aren't focusing. Is that going to happen? Or are they going to focus the whole time and give Australia a tiny bit of a scare? Next ball. Oh, into his nuts. Oh, Ben Stokes has been nutted, son. Oh, no, he's been really nutted too. Oh, the gonads are gone. Ben Stokes is not having children. God bless him. Oh, no. Oh, no, dude. Any guy, any man watching that right now, you know how much pain he is in. That is a fastball from Michael Nisa right into the balls. Oh, no. Oh, off the bat too. It's going to be even harder. Oh, yikes. Oh, directly as well. And just to clarify for people who don't know, that when you are wearing a what's it called? A cup. When you're wearing a cup, it still hurts like a mother bitch. Doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt as much as it would if you didn't have the cup, which is why you wear it. But it still hurts like a mother bitch. Red nuts are gone, Olivia says. We might be here for 3 hours as we wait for him to feel better again. Oh, dude, that's a direct hit too. Yeah, look at the English lad in the crowd going, oh. As watching that makes me realise I don't miss playing cricket. Yeah, dude. Especially like if you watch enough of Joe Root, you know he gets hit in the not as much anymore, but he used to always get hit in the balls, man. Always. Like every time when he came out to bat, he'd get hit at least 2-3 times. It was ridiculous. We used to comment about it all the time. Why are they zooming in on his balls? We know that he's been hit. What? Why are we getting the magnifying glass out on this? What the hell? Yeah, Ishiguwa just said this too. Why are we getting the magnifying glass out? Why are they magnifying him getting hit in the balls and really zooming in on his crutch? We understand that he has been hitting the balls. Why are you showing us his dick, basically? Why are you zooming in on this man's balls? Whoever the cameraman is, please get a grip of yourself. And whoever the editors and producers are that are using a magnifying glass on the screen right now to zoom in is just, that's something I haven't seen before. That's something I haven't seen before in cricket. My God. That'll do me. That's something. That's something. I just remember Jason Roy getting hit there 3 times and over. Yikes. They were waiting their whole lives for this. I can't believe they... And I'm glad Ishiguwa has said something. Do we need the magnifying glass on this? We understand where he got hit. Why are you trying to show us what underwear he's wearing? Like, it's unbelievable. Cameraman plays for the other team. When did England learn how to play Test cricket? I don't know, but it's given us some cricket to watch. I'd love to be back here tomorrow with you guys. I'd love to be back here. I would love to be back here on a Monday. What else are you going to do on Monday? You're going to do nothing. You're going to do nothing on a Monday. Where would you rather be, doing nothing? Or here watching the cricket? I'm taking the cricket. Says Ishiguwa, don't fool us. We know you want to have a look. She is a beautiful woman, but she has a husband. She has a husband. Someone says, not even on those websites I've seen a close-up. What websites are you looking at, Serpent? Hold on. Those websites? So you're not even on those websites I've seen a close-up. That's kind of suggesting that you're on some pretty controversial websites, and they're not even on those websites. What are you looking at there, son? Harvey says they're expecting lightning around 7. What? Really? Doesn't look like it. The clouds don't look anywhere near bad enough for rain, let alone lightning. It's getting a little bit more gloomy, a tiny bit more gloomy, but when you look up at the sky, it doesn't look that bad. Because the sunset is at 6:30, which is an hour's time for Brisbane. Like, look at that. Where's the... Oh, maybe that over there. No, but that doesn't look like lightning clouds. The lights are on, though. Again, it is a lot more gloomy now. Seven says, Blaze, mate, what's controversial about those websites? You tell me, Serpent. You tell me, buddy. You're the one on them. You're the one on them. And that is going to go away for a single. Rose says, I swear today, being a chill Sunday, no work, I was like, I can't wait to spend the whole evening chatting cricket on your stream. I reckon you miss Malik. That's who I reckon you miss. And I know Mark does. Mark absolutely misses Malik. Mark, the reason why he's not commenting in the chat right this very second is because he is currently drowning himself in beer, thinking, where is Malik? Sean, the beer is so expensive here. $2.50 for a 500 milliliter can of Chang Lager. Oh, yeah, so expensive, Sean. My deepest apologies go out to you. Whilst they're paying here at the cricket probably $15 for a mid-strength beer in a plastic cup. All right, next ball here from Doggett. And good fielding. Please play. I think Jay misses him the most. I think you all miss him, to be fair. $15 a beer. Wow. Yeah, it would be. Australian. It would be probably around that, 11 to 15. I'd probably suggest it'd be 15. Anyone been to... I've been to a sporting match in Australia this year. Has anyone been to a cricket or rugby league or an AFL match this year? And what is the price of a mid-strength beer? Oh, that will get past. That should go for 3, I would assume. Should go for 3. We'll go for... we'll just go for 2 there. They only go for the 2. Interesting. I guess they do want to just keep Stokes on strike as the main man. Yeah, he tried to dive across to get it, but was just a little bit too late on it. You can tell that Ben Stokes is feeling it in his body right now. You can tell he's definitely feeling it. And that's a no run. In the back of his mind, though, he would be thinking about not getting hit in the gonads again, though. I don't want to hear Malik and his irrelevant Pakistan cricket chat for a second more. Pakistan, the comments were trying to put down Australians to big up Pakistan. That was the issue. And I was like, no one here really cares about Pakistan. But if you're going to bring in Pakistan, then talk normally about them or talk normally about the country. If you're going to try and compare with the Australians and then like yesterday get upset that we said that this Australian was better than this Pakistani, and just like, well, you know, do you know what you're even talking about? You know, if you're going to come to an Australia versus English stream and talk about a country that's not relevant to the two countries, and then get upset because people don't support you in your random delusions of a Pakistani player being better than an Australian player who's one of the best players in the world, you're just like, what are you doing? I think that's where it got annoying. So Ben Stokes is getting checked for medical attention at the moment. He's in Thailand, Aspects. Lives in Thailand. Massive respect for Jackson Stokes, the fact they have grinned. They're doing well at the moment. All right, putting the gloves back on. Let's go again over 69. 16, Edward, for mid-strength. $16, Sean, not 15. I thought I might have been slightly overestimating it. I was, funnily enough, underestimating it at 15. All right, Jay. $16 for mid-strength at the AFL/NRL/ Oh, yes! Got him, baby! Got him, baby! That's an incredible catch there by Stevie Schmitty, son. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. La-la-la-la. La-la-la-la. Hey, goodbye. The London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. The London Bridge is falling down. Bye-bye, Hungry Jacks. Bye-bye, Hungry Jacks. Bye-bye, Hungry Jacks. Hungry Jacks is off. And I told you Michael Neeson was the guy for this innings. Tell you what, I did say he'd be the guy for the innings. Gone. Sean says, screw the beer, the wicket is more important. Mate, that was a great catch there. That was a great catch. Partnership broken. That is a huge, huge wicket there for Australia to get. And Steve Smith getting the grab. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun. 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 Dun-dun. Get in, Stevie Schmitty. Get in, Stevie Schmitty. I blame Jay. Jay said back in 15, hey, English, the English fans here, if you have someone to blame, you want someone to blame. Whilst Jay was here, there was no wicket. Jay says back in 15, immediately, yes, my ears, that's it. We're done. Wicket. It's Jay. Jay left. Jay was the staple in the English side. Jay was the man holding Ben Stokes and Will Jacks together. He was there. He was really just bringing them. He was just bringing them together. As soon as he leaves, Will Jacks goes, and they've got 3 wickets remaining. Olivia says, come on, Stokes, have a soft spot for him as he's a Kiwi. He is a Kiwi. He is a Kiwi, the old Ben Stokes, and so is their coach, Brendan McCullum. That is an amazing catch here from Smitty. Oh, dude, that's amazing of a catch. That is such a good catch. Yeah, he has a real late look at it there, Stevie Schmutty, but you just can see how that meant to the Australians. Steve Smith starts just running around, getting up and at him, and you can just look at his face there, how emotionally passionate he is. Oh, he knew that was a massive wicket to get there. Massive. It's not Stokes, but it was a massive wicket to get, just to keep it moving. Keep it moving along. Also, Carey blocking his view. Sean says, Australia could be batting before the sun goes down, get the runs before the swinging shot for England. No, I do think Atkinson maybe can stick in here for a little bit. But then again, I did say 1 wicket will lead to 2, and then maybe the third one. The Bryden Cast maybe stays in for a little bit. Most catches for Test match fielders. Oh, I'm going to go back and have a look at that quickly because he's in the top 3. So the stats there. The stats there had Steve Smith at 3, Dravid at 2, and Root at 1. So Root's at 213. Oh, yeah, but come on. Come on. Root's got 160 matches for 213 catches. Dravid's got 164 matches for 210 catches. Steve Smith with 121 matches for 208. He's got 3 more than J.L. Wadeen from Sri Lanka, 149 matches for 205 catches. And he's got 8 more than Carlos from South Africa with 166 matches for 200. Steve Smith has 39 less matches than Root and is only 5 less catches. Dravid has 43 more matches and is only 2 more catches. Steve Smith is the GOAT. Have a look at that. Those numbers tell you everything you need to know. Steve Smith, he is by far the guy in the lead there. He's had basically 40 matches less than both of those. And he's only 2 behind the guy with 43, and he's only 5 behind the guy who's had 39 more matches. Jay left and the foundation crumbled. Exactly right, Nate. That is it. You're spot on, mate. You are spot on. All right, England lead by 47. Next bowl here from Nisa. And no run. How does Atkinson? What can you do? Ava says Atkinson has had the pads on for too long. Vavavas is its own fault. He hasn't played more matches, though. He has a fetish for sandpaper. Oh, is that right? Vavava. Is that right? Well, at least he hasn't got the mints out. At least he hasn't got those out. You know, they're tasty, but mints are pretty tasty. All right, next bowl here from Nisa. And oh, jeez. That is a half shout. I think it. Oh, this will be interesting. This will be interesting. What's Steve Smith? They're looking to maybe review. They're going to review it. Okay, there might be. Atkinson might be gone here, lads. Atkinson may be gone here. Atkinson may be gone here. They are going to review it here, Australia. Sean says the show does play number 1 teams, not up-and-coming teams those stats are from. Yeah, exactly right. Here we go. It doesn't hit bat. Oh. It doesn't hit bat. There's no... Oh, does that hit bat? Oh, I think that might actually. Geez, that's a lot of snicko there for something that didn't look like it hit the bat. That's a real heavy snicko for something that is not looking like it's the bat. They're going to Yeah, they're going to say not out. There was way too much snicko. I didn't think there was bat at all there, but the snicko was suggesting absolutely there was bat. So we've lost our reviews. So Australia do not have any reviews remaining. Do not have any reviews remaining. I think that was worthwhile. I didn't see bat, but the snicko suggested absolutely bat. So England with 2 reviews remaining, Australia with none. Stokes on 49. Voodoo 49. Voodoo 49, son. Voodoo 49. England, at the very least, you need to get 53 more runs. At the very least, you need it. Next bolt. No run. He's lucky because that would have been the first duck. That would have been the first duck. End of the over. That is a wicket maiden for Michael Nisa. I thought he was going to be the guy, and he has turned out to be the guy. This is his home field here at the Gabba as he plays for the Brisbane Heat. He's got plenty of wickets here, and 3 for 36. That's a great number of wickets, but 36 through 14 overs. That is a very low economy. Bowling well. Oh, this is apparently he's not a true Kiwi. What do you mean? He's born in New Zealand. What do you mean he's not a true Kiwi? The guy's born in New Zealand. Oh, just look at the passion from Steve Smith there. Getting up and at him, son. They needed to break through the partnership. It was going on for a long time. They needed something to get up and at him about. You can see how happy he is. He's the old smudge. All right. I wonder when they start to bring it back out, Scotty B. I know Mitchy Stark will come a little bit later on, but Doggett, he's the next bowler. Good shot there from Ben Stokes, and he will knock up the fitty bomb. And Atkinson comes back on strike. 70.1 overs bowled. Just 20 likes and shows doing this. We need more than 20. You hit the thumbs up button, guys. Subscribe if you're new around here. Hit that big old thumbs up button. We're here every day. But a lot of people would have been tuning in because they would have thought this game was well and truly done. And realistically, it is. But not expecting a huge amount of attendance for this or tomorrow if we do get there. Because it is if we do get there at the moment. Still got another hour or so until the tea break. I think it is an hour, isn't it? So I don't know what that message was. Taylor says second slowest 50 from Stokesy there. Well, he's needed it though, dude. Like, he can't go all out. That's why we're criticising him. 50 from 148 is actually exceptional. Well, Atkinson on 0 from 6. Next bowl from Doggett. And defended well for a nutter. Salty Poms, hit the thumbs up button. Yeah, look, you're salty, you're not salty. If you're watching, hit the like button, get around it. Mate, it's the fact this is against England. It should be 1,000 likes. Yeah, but it's just that at this point, if it was a highly competitive series, there'd be a lot more attention on it. You saw we had a lot of people on for the first test, and then England disappointed extremely, massively. And that just tells you how much the care factor dropped after they really disappointed, because the hype was there and the hype wasn't there. And that's why you see the complete drop-off in attention. Usually you can see how popular certain teams are or certain games are based off of my views in a lot of ways, because you can't see the traditional views. But in regards to YouTube, you can actually see which teams are bringing in the most viewership with, say, the NRL games, because you'll see that a consistent basis will get a lot of Broncos viewership, a lot of Bulldogs viewership, a lot of Warriors viewership, but you won't get too many viewers from, say, the Knights or the Tigers is okay, like the Knights or the Raiders or something like that, because ultimately the care factor really isn't there. But then you'll see a pretty drastic switch up between the viewership counts on a consistent basis. Still more viewers than the A-League Grand Final, though. That is also true. And we didn't have to give away free tickets at McDonald's for this. So Doggy's getting up 48 runs through 14.5. And next bolt, defended well. And that, my friends, will be the end of the over. I wouldn't be surprised if they do bring Boland out very soon. Next couple of overs. I would not be surprised. I don't know if they bring him out now, but they definitely bring him out in the next couple of overs. Just got to remember, guys, it is still only day 4, and we're only halfway through the second session. And England do only lead by 48 runs. You know, and that's just highly emphasising what we're talking about here. And that's why the hope and belief, I think as soon as Stokes goes, that hope and belief will turn into despair and desperation. Or just sink another beer. Drown the sorrows. I just want Jay to come back so I can say to him he was the reason why we got a wicket. Can you imagine if we get 2 wickets while he's gone? That'd be nice. All right, Michael Neese is still bowling. I reckon this will probably be his final over, and then that's when... I think Scotty Boland could be the next over, or it could be the over after that. I think if you're going to try and put on some runs, now is the time to put the runs on. We saw around this time yesterday was when England were able to get 46 for nothing before the tea break. No run. After, in the night, you're not getting runs. You're getting out. So now is kind of the time to put on some runs and then hope that you can just pump the living shit out of Australia tonight under the lights. That's got to be the plan, really. I don't think it's going to rain. It doesn't look like it's got rain around. It doesn't look rainy. Michael Nisa, next bolt. And that will go back for a single, maybe 2. Wants a 2. And no, we'll just get the single. Yeah, Atkinson wanted the 2, but Stokes wants to be on strike. So England do bring up the 50. The 50 bomb, England do lead by 50. Again, though, this is why you can't sack off Stokes as captain. There's been people saying, like, McCullum needs to go and so does Stokes. McCullum needs to go, but Stokes doesn't. Stokes pulled you through 5 wickets in the first innings, the first test. It's one of your better batters too, or more consistent batters for the most part, I guess. In this test here, he's done sweet. Hold on one second. I just want to look at his first innings total. He got 19, which is solid enough. In this one, obviously, he's 50, which is your top score. Plus, also, he got 3 wickets as well. Like in both the tests so far, Ben Stokes has been their best player. Yeah! Yes! He's gone, baby. Stokes is off and at him. Stokes, he's gone. Stokes, he's gone. You're a muppet. Stokes, he's gone. Stokes, he's gone. I say, Stokes, he's gone. Stokes, he's gone. You're a muppet. Doing cricket the New Zealand way. The London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. The London Bridge is falling down. 2 more wickets. 2 more wickets to go here, ladies and gentlemen. And then Australia will bat to chase down probably not much more than 50 bomb. That is a big, big time wicket there of Ben Stokes. Just as we were talking positively about him as well. Jay has in fact missed 2 wickets now. Oh boy, Jay. You missed the 2 wickets. Stokes is gone. And that right there has pretty much ensured an Australian win. That right there has pretty much locked it down and said, thanks, Cobber. Thanks for that one, Cobber. Yeah, Highlanders, I can't really be bothered with the Kiwi talking shit, to be fair again. The English can talk shit, but you just continuously jump into the chat just to shit on a team that is currently winning right now and always shits on your team. Like, what are you doing, Highlanders? You just love to see us respond to continuously against New Zealand being shitouts. Like, what do you want? We're celebrating currently. Is Australia crunching their biggest rivals, and you think we're going to sit here and put up with a Kiwi talking nonsense about Australia? Like, get the fuck out. Get out of it, man. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? They're going back for 2 here. Oh, they do get back, though. So Cast does get off the... he does get off the duck. We'll be on 2, so England lead by 32. Stokes on 50 from 152. Bummy still having a bit of a sink. Good dear. Let's see how Cass and Atkinson stay on here. And then we've got Jofra Archer, who did go for a career high in the first innings, but I reckon that Stokes wicket there is going to break that soul. It's going to break the English soul that was still trying to punch through. They were trying to get their spirit rocking and rolling, but it just will not work out for them. And they're definitely going to be looking towards Adelaide now. Yeah, there was almost a concussion there with Alex Carey and Steve Smith. English fans not happy. Chappy, dog it back in. And up in the air, but we don't care. It's over the top. Well, you know, regardless, thank you, England, for actually putting in an effort today, is what I'll say. Thank you, England, for putting in an effort today so that we could watch some cricket. That's the main thing. It's over the top of Cameron Green there. Stevie, yeah, you can tell the Australians they can smell the blood. They can feel it. Dog it, next ball in. Up in the air. Oh, but no one's there. That'll just be a single. Up in the air, but nobody is there. I do need another Coke Zero, but I can't leave right now because we're pushing for these final 2 wickets. I can't leave the vicinity. Cannot do it. I need to see the final 2 wickets. It's all we need, baby. It's all we need. But that's the thing. If you had have been able to play like Stokes and Will Jacks did today with your earlier batters, you actually would have had a really good chance. Nate says, like it's not rugby league, Schmitty and Carey will get 2 week HIAs for that. Yeah, no, they wouldn't be back for a while. Yeah, Alex Carey did really good there. Like Alex Carey has had a phenomenal test. Mitchell Stark is going to win the player of the match, the man of the match, but Alex Carey would be my second choice. I know Jake Weatherall's been great with what he did in the first innings of the Australians batting, but you know, like Alex Carey has been really, really good as a wicketkeeper in this game. Oh! The Aussies on fire. Your batters are terrified. The Aussies on fire. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. The London Bridge is falling down. Game over, Red Rovers. See you later. He is gone. He's been caught. Gus Atkinson. He is out of there. He is out of there. And Australia, they are 1 wicket away from only. And by the way, that's another catch for Steve Smith. So he's only 1 behind Dravid and 4 behind Joe Root. And that's on the all-time. And that's with 40-odd less test matches. Tells you everything you need to know about who Stevie Smith is. England leads by 54 runs. Australia only need 1 more wicket. And then we come out to bat, and Travis Head's about to say hello. Or maybe I should say Jakey Weatherald. Next bolt. No run. Let's see what you can do, Archer. We have not seen a quackity in the chat so far. We have not seen any ducks. Are you gonna keep it? We've seen a 4, we've seen a 3, seen a couple of 15s, but we have not seen a duck, Archer. I don't think you are, though, Islanders, because you constantly get reminded of this and you constantly drop the same old dribble in the chat. Just learn, bro. Like, just learn. It doesn't make sense what you try to do in the chat with what we're replying to and the reason why you get timed out. You know, so if you are, then stop trying to get the reaction from talking nonsense, which just puts your country and stuff into the shit. Oh, geez, we could have got him out. Leads by 54 runs. The thing is, it's very much like Malik. Highlanders, if you didn't like Malik, well, you're very similar in a lot of ways because it's just repetitive. It's extremely repetitive. That's why you get timed out. So if you ask yourself, if you ask why you get timed out in this chat a lot, that's your answer right there. You need to learn from it. Learn from it, not just say the same old repetitive dribble that doesn't make sense, and then I have to reply shitting on New Zealand again, and I'm just like, I don't want to do that because I actually love New Zealand, which anyone can see from my Warrior streams, and I loved New Zealand when I was there, and I don't want to have to shit on them. But like, if you're going to continuously come at Australia, which doesn't make sense, then I'm going to come back at you. Jacko says Oz all out for 40. Shut up, Jacko. Hey, by the way, Doggett with 1 wicket, 50 runs, through 15.5. I think Jacko has had a pretty good time. I think pretty good time. I think that's a pretty good time for the old Doggett. I think he's had a pretty left. Literally, like the message that you left saying back in 15, immediately after you left, we saw a wicket, quite literally within seconds, and then we saw another wicket like 5 minutes later. And I was like, Jay, I was going on a rant about how you were the foundation, you were the staple to this English side. As soon as you left, the London Bridge just collapsed. It just absolutely collapsed, son. It just fell into the Thames. You have to feel the stream sometimes. Oh, Sean, we say this all the time. Read the room. You know, you got to really read the room and see how it's going, you know. Because this Nisa has been classy. Yeah, Nisa has been great. Nisa's been great. He's got 4. Oh, again, that was another wicket for Nisa, by the way, with 4 wickets. I did say he was going to be the star of this innings, and he has been. This is his home pitch. He plays for the Brisbane Heat in the BBL. You know, he nearly got that early catch. He could have had a fifer. It was a hard catch, but he could have. Obviously doesn't, but 4 wicket haul. He's been fantastic. And again, this is his home pitch, so he should know it well. Oh, you heard it as I walked off. Yeah, fair enough. Well, Cricket Australia won't be happy. They're not going to be happy chappy now. It's all about reading the room, Sean, just understanding when's the right time. Like, we're not here to talk about Pakistan. Next ball from Nisa. Up in the air, up in the air, up in the air, up in the air. Is somebody there? No one's there. Where is the ball? That was really high, but everyone's up close now because we're up against their final 2 bowlers. So they're going to get 2 runs or 3 runs out of that. That was well and truly up in there, but no one is back there. English side can go to Movie World tomorrow with their free today. Yeah, exactly right. Go to Movie World, maybe go for a bit of golf. Maybe there's a circus in Brisbane. Maybe there might be a circus in town. Now that would be the play to go. That would be the play. Top golf. How about a bit of top golf? You know what? Cricket Australia right now will be begging for rain. They'll be begging for rain. They'll say, umps, please call it for the day. Come back, Australia will beat them tomorrow. But as long as the ball gets done over tomorrow, as long as we see a ball tomorrow, they don't lose $1 million. Space. They did touch space. So you can't get too much higher, but yet Cast, fun fact, actually did steal. Yeah, no, actually did. 100% chance of a draw and 98.5% chance of a Australia win. Thank you to the old Winviz. The old Winviz. SeaWorld might be better. Flippers. I haven't been to SeaWorld in forever. I've been to SeaWorld since I was so young. I went through a phase of Dreamworld, and I went through a phase of Wet n Wild, and I went through a phase of Movie World. I never went through a SeaWorld phase. I never went through it. Because obviously I'm from the Gold Coast, so I used to work at Movie World when I was younger. I used to work as a scare guy at Fright Nights, which was cool. That was a really fun job to get paid to scare people. But also I worked at Movie World from when I was about 17 for a few years. So you get free entry to SeaWorld, Movie World, and Wet n Wild and stuff like that. But I went through phases. Mark says, bring on Man. Let's bring on Man. Mark, we were talking about you before. We were like, geez, if anyone's missing Malik, it's you. Now you're in a see the world phase. Oh, no, exactly right. Yes, I am now in a see the world phase. No see world, but see the world. Exactly right. Well, Joffrey's about to see a duck. He's about to see a quack in the chat. That's what he is. Up in the air. No, he's not going to see no duck. Are they going for a single? Yeah, they do. The Skibadoo Coaster has reopened, Olivia. It reopened about a month or two ago. I saw something on Instagram about it. The Skibadoo Coaster did reopen. But I think I've told you guys a story before. When I was very, very young, me and my mate, we broke the record for the most amount of times on repeat on that ride. I think it was like 40, 45 or something. I can't remember. I was really young. And we took the day off school for it with our parents who were okay with that. Oh, jeez. It's going to be a single there for Cars. We took the day off school. We went there. They went and enjoyed the park, whilst myself and my mate, we went on the Skibadoo Coaster like 40 times or whatever. And anyway, we ended up getting whiplash. So don't do that. Oh, he's been hitting the helmets. They're going to check him out quickly. Give me 1 second here, guys. They're just going to check his helmet out. In 1 moment. Okay. They haven't actually given a date yet. Oh, sure. I must have seen that they were bringing it, they were reopening it. Yeah. I did see, though, we were speaking about Birmingham before, I did see Peaky Blinders is getting its movie coming out in March or something, or April. That's so cool, man. Looking forward to that. Hungry Before Dinner says, visited SeaWorld recently, felt a lot smaller than I remembered. Yeah, because you're not 8 years old anymore. I remember, SeaWorld was peak back when you were like 8. So Cars is fine. He's gone back out for the bat. I remember when, like, SeaWorld, when they used to have the alien ride. What was it? Oh, dude, it was so... Oh, the Bermuda Triangle. That used to be peak, dude. The Bermuda Triangle was like the main ride of SeaWorld. That was scary as a young kid. That was scary. It was a log ride through, like, the big... Yeah, it was a log water ride. And Joffrey Archer, good hit, but it will actually go straight to Cam Green. If you've been to SeaWorld and you're around my age or older, you'd remember the Bermuda Triangle. I believe they got rid of that like dead set 20 years ago, though. Hasn't been there for ages. England lead by 60 runs. Yeah, 3 main rides I always loved was Bermuda Triangle, the giant drop at Dreamworld, and Oh, the Superman. I remember being there on the first day the Superman roller coaster opened. Oh, dude, that was so much fun originally. Next bolt. And good shot there from Archer. He gets a 4. Good shot from Archer. Handy runs there for England. So they'll be on 64 runs a lead. Nate says, I used to go to Waterworks theme park in Mount Druitt in the 80s, dodging needles and glass on the slippery slides. Good times. I hate to scare people, and a lot of people probably know this, but like there's been stuff that's happened in America where they've like sickos have put like sharp shit in the slide, like a knife or like a pointy thing coming through the slide. So when you go down the slide, it cuts you up. That actually has happened around the world. It's crazy to think about. Like how scary is that? Where sickos have gone in at night and like done that or left it there for someone to get as they're coming down. It's just such an thing to think about. I think we've got about 35 minutes before the break. If England can get there, they'll just take the break in between, really. Look at that England fan going like this to an Australian. Sean says putting razor blades in the slides. Yeah, that's the one. Razor blades. It was also, there's some weird stories about water parks and stuff. Like people waiting, like holding themselves in the slide, like one of those real enclosed tubes that goes for ages. They wait in the slide for like people to come down. It's weird, dude. 9 for 241. Cop that Mountie too. Oh, true. That happened. Is it that actually happened in Mountie, or are you taking the piss? With all due respect, I wouldn't be surprised. That's why I guess I half believe it, whether you're joking or not. 64 runs is way too skinny, Kerry O'Keefe. If England want any chance, they have to have 5 wickets down within the first hour. Seriously, it was almost a weekly thing. Gee whiz. Next ball, gone. See you later. And that's it. Cast is out. And England, they set Australia with a chase of 64. And here we go, folks. 64 runs for Australia to win the second test. Michael Neser, what a performance. I said he was going to be the guy. He has been the guy. That's a 5-wicket haul for him. 5 wickets, 42 runs, 16.2 overs, 241 score for England. Well done to him. But England leads by 64 runs. And Australia, they have got a primetime opportunity to take the series lead even further to 2-0 going into Adelaide, which means they would only need a draw or 1 win to get through and retain the Ashes for 12 consecutive years. 12 consecutive years. But Michael Neser, what a performance from him today. That's a great bowl. He's been bowling superb. You've really got to take your hat off to him. Chagger says, surely Australia play a bit of baseball to make it interesting. Well, it is the night, mate. It is getting to the night, so it is going to be tough with the pink ball here. But, you know, overall, we did see Travis Head and Jake Weatherald effectively do that in game 1, where they did go for a bit of a swing. And we all know how that panned out. Like, this could be over. If they do that and it does work out, this could be over extremely quickly. Basic Reality says, Sportsbet England are 81-1 for the win. They should be 501-1 for the win. No, Jack, I know you're joking, bro. Don't worry. I know you're joking. Sean says, was that 5 overs? Sorry, England, your humble pie is full of shit. Michael Neser, what a absolute stunning bowling from him. You know, when Boland and Stark, they get 2 wickets each. At Boland and Stark, they needed somebody to help out and turn up, and Michael Neser's just been that guy and just pumped through him. He just absolutely pumped through him, slapped him in, said, listen, get out of my face. And it must feel good for Michael Neser. Is he from Brisbane too? Like, I know he plays for the Brisbane Heat, but is he from Brisbane? Michael Neser is an Australian. In domestic cricket, he represents Queensland and the Brisbane Heat. Yep. Yeah, he was Yeah, so he's from Brisbane. He represents Queensland and whatnot. There you go. Well, oh, he moves. Yeah, he's been on the Gold Coast since he was 10. So he's actually a Goldie. Goldie boy, get around the Gold Coast. Get around the Gold Coast. But all right, guys, I'll jump off, go to the bathroom, go grab another drink while they do the switch of the teams, and then this will be the last night of this test. There is absolutely no chance that we see tomorrow because there is another 3 hours and 20 minutes to play. There is 0% chance Australia don't get 64 runs in that time frame, even under the lights. We still might see a couple of wickets, to be fair. We'll see if Australia go full bore or they try to at least give the fans something entertaining for the rest of the day. I do want to put a bit of credit into England and say it was great to see Stokes and Will Jacks sticking for as long, but the pressure was way too high. They just had to do too much, especially Stokes. And as soon as Will Jacks went, that turned into 2 wickets, that turned into 3 wickets, and then that turned into 4 wickets. Those guys were the last guys at the helm, and as soon as that happened, admirable from today. But all right, guys, I'll be back in about 5 minutes' time to finish off the day with you as Australia chase 64 runs. Hit that thumbs up button, subscribe. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. The London Bridge, eh? London Bridge not looking too sturdy right now. Australia, all they do need is 64 runs. And we are done and dusted, which should probably take, like, realistically speaking, we'll get a little bit of time, but it just depends on how Travis Head and Jake Weather will come out here. They're getting ready to come out now. Just depends if they want to just go for a whack. But it is going to be dangerous in regards to a couple of early wickets. Like, is there... They need the biggest miracle of all miracles. It would be the biggest choke job in history. England needs it to rain, based in reality. Well, look, I'm looking up at the sky. It's not looking too wet. It's not looking too wet at all. Let me just go look at the Brisbane weather right now. Precipitation, it's maybe potentially meant to come. It should come at it definitely will come at 10 p.m. But it doesn't look likely until 10 p.m. and I don't think this is going to last another 7, 28, 29, 23 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, England does need it to flood, mate. Sean says, don't get me wrong, I had the most fantastic time the years I've lived in the cold, like proper, but when it comes to sport, blow me. What does that even mean, Sean? What? What does that even mean, bro? Don't get me wrong, I had the most fantastic time the years I lived in the cold, like proper, but when it comes to sport. Are you talking about like in England? Did you live in England? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying like when you lived in England, it was great, but when it comes to sport, screw 'em? Is that what you're saying? Fair enough. Chris says, morning, me old covers. It's all closed then. Yeah, look, it's about to finish up here. Steve Smith took an absolute blinder of a catch. Like a blinder of a catch, which broke the partnership of Will Jacks and Ben Stokes. And then as soon as that happened, it was just sayonara. And we saw it all pretty much fall apart from there. Look, Ben Stokes and Will Jacks held in firm for a good session and a half. Not even a half, but a good session and a quarter before Steve Smith said, I've had enough of this, and just said, get out of my face. And Michael Neser with 5 wickets in this innings, you know, he got a 5 for just spectacular stuff to see that we didn't have to rely on Mitchie Starc. We didn't have to rely on Scott Boland. Yeah, they got 2 wickets each, but Michael Neser pulled through for a huge wicket haul. And now England, they need the miracle of all miracles where they bowl out Australia for under 64 runs. Look, this was the time yesterday, basically right on the dot when England started going a bit crazy. They started just absolutely smashing it out and got 46 runs for nothing. So Jofra Archer, he's going to have to be at his absolute prime time. He's going to be above his prime time. We're going to have to see the best bowling that we've ever seen bowling from Bryden Cast, which we haven't seen this series so far. But it's all about to finish up here. Yeah, when you lived in England, Sean. It took me a bit to get, but I got it. So Travis Head will be opening, obviously, alongside Jake Weatherald. All right, first ball. Here we go. Jofra Archer, and that's going to be... Ooh, no run. That shot selection just then from Travis Head, though, does suggest to me, however... It does suggest to me that they are intending to end this one quickly, though. Go live there and you will learn how to banter. I'll go live there and you will learn how to banter. It's so different in the UK sledging. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, but they get it, though. Like, they're Australia and England, we're very similar. Very, very similar. Obviously, we derive from them. Next up. Oh, that's going to be a couple of freebies. That's going to be 4 freebie runs, and that's exactly what you don't want right now. Jofra Archer's just given us free 4 runs from buys. And now Australia, with their target of 65, they only require 61. Got home from work an hour ago, watched the highlights from yesterday. Glad what I saw. Mitch Starc showing just how brilliant he is. Oh, yeah, dude, the 77 runs from Mitch Starc, which is spectacular. But then in the bowling, Michael Neser comes out and gets a 5 for. Again, not having to rely on Starc for once, you know, not having to rely on Scotty B, not having to rely on the 3 guys we don't know playing in this game in Paddy Cummins, Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazlewood, Michael Neser on his own home turf at Brisbane is able to come and get a 5 for. Beautiful stuff. Edward says, I reckon they go T20 style, get it done and in the sheds. Probably, dude. Probably. But I think they would like to win this by 10 wickets. I do think that they won't be as crazy, but they'll sit in for a good couple overs and then they might go for a whack. Weatherall had the big one in the first innings, so I feel like maybe Travis Head goes for the big one here in the second innings. Next bowl here from Archer. And it will be a single there for Travis Head. 60 runs to win. 60 runs to win. Chris says, of course, we're looking for the quick win. Yeah, they want to get out of the top golf tonight. They want to go down to the Gold Coast and get on the get out to Surface Paradise tonight, or maybe hit the Valley in Brisbane. They want to get on the Prees by 8 o'clock local time. It's currently 6:30. But you can still tell that Archer's mentality isn't in it. This whole test, you can tell that Archer has just not been anywhere near what you would expect. Next bowl, no run. But that was a good bowl there. And that's the thing, like, he can get a wicket. He's still got 2 wickets in the first innings and whatnot, but he just hasn't been at this scary best that we know he can be at. But he'll worry these guys early. Well, aside from batting, Archer batted well. Archer was actually really good in the bat. Yeah, well, he only got 5, but he batted well in the first innings. Straight to Honeybees. Honeybees to the place. And that will be a single. Yeah, look at them. They're just pushing it. They're pushing quick singles. They don't need to go for these singles, but they're just pushing them quickly. So Australia require 59. Yeah, it is pretty far from the Gabba, Olivia. Is there anything like Honeybees near the Gabba, though? I don't think so. Yeah, you wouldn't be going all the way over to the Caxton after the Gabba. You just probably... Yeah, there is storm activity coming, England. Can you imagine if Australia need 1 to win if the storm comes and ends the day play and we have to come for 1 ball tomorrow? Sean says, go to Players International or Temple and Cav Avenue. Drink some real beer. Cavill Avenue is for the young folk, but like if you're Broadbeach is for the young indie folk, but not Broadbeach, Burleigh Heads. Broadbeach is probably where the older punters head out. So Gus Atkinson coming in for a bowl here. Bring on Bryden Cars. Come on, give us one last hoorah, Bryden. Give us one last hoorah. One last hoorah, Bryden. Come on. But Gus Atkinson. And see you later. That's going to be an easy shot there for Jakey Weatherall. Jeez, he's having a good test. And that will be 3. Joffa Archer stops it from a 4. But Weatherall will get to 4. And Australia require 56 runs to win the test. How long till the next test? It'll be next Thursday, no? Let me have a look at Ashes. It will be 17th of December. So that is... 17th is next Wednesday. But not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. Okay. Why is it starting on a Wednesday? Really? Okay, next bowl. No run. 17th of December. It's 17th to the 21st. I don't know why it's on Wednesday, but yeah, not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. 2 weeks. No, week and a half. Week and a half away. The reason why you feel like it's 2 weeks is because the last test ended in 2 days and it was basically 2 weeks until this one. But then now, because we got to the 4 days, but I don't know why they're starting it on a Wednesday. There's a chance that test ends by the Friday. Next bowl. Easy couple of runs here for Travis Head. He'll get to 3. I would like to win this by 10 wickets now. I think it would be rightfully deserved as well. Yeah, Wednesday, sure. Not this week, but next week. So apparently there is lightning on its way. Imagine you needed 1 run. I wonder if this has ever happened. You need like 1 run to win, and then a storm comes and prevents you just from getting that 1 run. I wonder if that's happened before. Next ball. Easy runs. Easy runs. If a Travis Head, that could go for a 4. That could go for a 4. It could go for a 4. It will go for a 4, baby. Yes, sir. Travis Head with the boundary. And now Australia require on the dot 50 runs. Correcting myself, gee whiz. Yeah, you better damn well correct yourself, Daz. Gee whiz. Sean says, when does the test start on Wednesday? I don't know. I find it really odd. Maybe they were expecting a full 5 days before the series started because England were getting the hype up. Oh, Olivia, I don't think these lads are going to the beat. I don't think the boys are going out to the beat. Maybe the English lot are. I think the English probably are. No run there for Travis Head. Yeah, the English are on their way to the beat after this. 3, 2, 4. So 9 runs here off the over from Atkinson. Travis Head looks to dominate bowlers from the first ball. Well, it's been a master stroke putting him as an opener for Australia. I don't think Khawaja gets back in, man. Unless they give him one last hoorah in the final test after we've won the series. Don't know if we see Khawaja again otherwise. Next bowl here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Big swing and a miss. Big swing and a miss. I actually now am really interested if there has ever been a team that has ended up with a draw because of rain with one run remaining. They prefer the Wickham. The Wickham? The Wickham. Well, the beat is a gay bar, dude. That's the joke that's being made here. That's the joke. The beat is a prolific gay bar at Fortitude Valley. The Wickham. Is that a nice bar, is it? I haven't been to it. I Googled it to see if it was in Brisbane or you were making another joke. Next bowl here from Jofra Archer, and it'll be no run. Why is it? Archer's giving up 6 runs. Yeah, 6 runs. I don't know why it's only got 2. Oh, look at the catch from Stevie Smith, mate. The bat and ball bar then. Prolific. This isn't, how would you know that, sir? When you grow up on the Gold Coast, dude, like, you know a lot about Brisbane. And it's the same thing with Brisbane with the Gold Coast. But basically, you know, that's why we have such a heavy rivalry. Oh, good, some runs there. Some nice boundary. We didn't get to see the ball because we'll look at the fans, but it's a boundary for Australia. And it is 46 runs required. Yeah, now when you grow up in Brisbane or you grow up on the Gold Coast, you know a lot about the other. It's like an ingrained rivalry there. Brisbane say Brisbane's better than the Gold Coast. And you're just like, well, you guys come down here every single weekend to experience the beaches and the beauty. We don't travel to you to experience really anything. So, trying to figure out. Whoa, good bowl there from Joff. That's a thunder. That's a 149.6 kilometre an hour bowl. That's huge. If you like batting for the other team, it's a nice bar. Oh, true. So you're making the same joke based on reality. Are you making the same joke as we are? Edward says, are you streaming the Rugby League World Cup? Bro, I stream every single Rugby League game across all formats. Of course I am. I'm even streaming the English Super League next year. Duraz says, as much as Stokes played really well, let's see if he can back this up in the next test. Yeah, but he played well in the first test too. He got 5 wickets in the first innings. It's not Stokes with the question mark. Oh! Just short of Pope there. 46 runs to win the test here for Australia. They do kryptonites. They're the best. What is a kryptonite? Oh, yeah. Basically, he had to really emphasize, I've never been, but I've heard the fairly gay. I've never been, so don't say that it's because I know it well, but I know it well. But I've never been, but I know it well, but I don't know it well because I'm not ever going there, never been, but I know it well. Stream the English Championship. That's where it's at. Don't think I'm going to be doing that. Also, when you say that, the English here will think you're talking about the actual championship in the football. By the way, Bournemouth, Daz, really? What are you doing? What are we doing here, Daz? Bournemouth? Up to Villa. Yeah, the English here would have no idea what English championship you're referring to. I know, but they will think you're talking about the championship in football. Let's win this by 10 wickets. Yeah, that's what we want. But look, there is some dark clouds coming over. There is some dark clouds. Oh, I can see rain in the distance. Oh, dude, don't do this. Don't force us to come back and have to chase 46 runs tomorrow. Don't do this. And that's going to be no run. Oh, I get the bad feeling. I get the bad feeling this isn't ending today, folks. Cricket Australia is obsessed with that. They would love that. They would love that. They would be obsessed if that rain came and Australia was forced to chase like 5 runs. 5 runs, you reckon? Imagine 5-run chase on a brand new day. It would remind me of the 20-run chase back 4 years at the Gabba. Ever says, when is dinner? I think in about 10 minutes' time. They may push it back half a though. Rain by 9 p.m. 16 now. Yeah, originally, but it does look like maybe 8. Base Rally says, if that happened, would anyone even bother going to the game? No, but the tickets, you can't get refunds on it. So if one ball is bowled, you don't get a refund. If no ball is bowled, you get a refund. Anyway, I'm at... Now, he says, Cricket Australia will be doing a rain dance right now. Yeah, they would be voodooing it all day. Up and down. They would be getting the old voodoo out to get this rain here. Next bolt. Shot. See you later. There's your 2020, baby. There's a 6er. There's a 6 from Travis Head. And he's got the 13. And now it is exactly on the dot. 40 runs remain for Australia. 40 runs remain. Trav Ball is here. Welcome to the show, baby. Welcome to the show. Yeah, head versus the rain. And that's a big reason why Australia will just go out for a whack here. That is a big reason. It's raining heavy here, actually, in Fiji. That is a 6. But a big reason why Australia won't care if they win by 10 wickets or not is because they want to beat the rain here. They don't want to have to come back in tomorrow for a couple of balls. Oh, there's Trap Ball again. Welcome to the show, England. Welcome to the damn well show. Cheers to that, son. 36 runs remaining. Here's your Bazball, Trap Ball, son, in your mouth. Sean says, cricket starts for me at 10:48, 5 a.m. tomorrow. All my jobs are done by 8 a.m. I would love a 15-run chase. Yeah, no, there is not going to be any cricket on tomorrow with the way Trap Ball is happening right now. He's just going for it. You got a 6, and now he's got a 4. He's just targeting Atkinson right now. A 10-wicket win would just be spectacular, right? It really would. Now that there's no chance of a prolonging. Now there's no chance. I'm not in two minds anymore. I would like to win by 10 wickets. Big shout out again for another beautiful test, though, to all you lovely people for watching on and hopefully enjoying the streams. Even if you're English, big shout out to you for getting involved in the banter and having a good time and listening to my Aussie self, get around the team. It's been, I love it. I love the Ashes streams. But we are about to come to a close here for the second one. And then we'll be back next Wednesday. Only a week and a half to wait until the next one starts. Sean says Bazball show. He calls it whack and get it up here. Get it up here. All right. Well, only 6 more balls needed here. Six sixes. That's all we need to do. That's all we need. It's not too much to ask for. 6 sixes. Not with Trap Ball, the hell. Look at that on the screen. Australia needs 36 runs. England needs 10 wickets. Let's go to the Aussie cricket. Exactly right. No, but big shout out to the English who do tune into these streams. I know it will be difficult, mate. I couldn't do it, eh? Like, it would just be so shit to have to listen to the opposition just yap on. But it's not like I'm being unfair when I'm talking. Next up, big shot, big miss. They're saying delay inevitable. Well, not necessarily. A delay is not inevitable if we can get 36 runs in the next 20 minutes. Unless it's about to start raining in 5 minutes' time. Chris says, woohoo, I love getting destroyed by an over-the-hill Aussie side. You cats are the one who called them over the hill. You guys, your media, your fans, your media, your fans, your people called this side over the hill. Your people called this side the worst team they've seen in 15 years. Your people said that England were the best team they've seen in 15 years. This is the difference. We just let you guys go on. It's just like, okay, Ashes are coming on again. I reckon Australia's got a good chance here. We're probably going to do well. We might not win, but we probably should damn well win. Next minute, what are the English doing? We're going to beat you 5-0. All right, mate. It's our reaction. On your peers. On your peers, Morgan. On your Stewie Broad. Belly Lines, bro, doing any KFC Big Bash lives? I'm probably going to do the first one on Sunday next week. I'm going to get the vibe for it. I'm going to see if I enjoy it. I'm not usually a massive BBL, massive kind of guy for it, but I'm going to give it a crack next Sunday. And I will do that stream then if I enjoy it, have a good fun. It's a good time to pass the time when there's nothing on during the week. So I probably will do it, man. But Perth games start extremely late for mine. Like, I'm talking 1 in the morning over in Fiji. So it will be we'll see. Or like 11 p.m. at night kind of deal. So we'll see in regards to Perth. But yeah, no, I'll give it a crack. We'll see. No run. Highlander says, I'm going to head off now. All right, bro. Have a good one. Reese says we pray for rain. Reese, aren't you an Aussie? Why do you pray for rain? I don't want to come back here for a stream of 5 minutes tomorrow. I'd come back for a stream of an hour or 2 hours. I don't want to come back for a stream of 5 minutes. Come on, come on, man. Oh, they don't want to come back for 5 minutes. No one wants to come back for 5 minutes, and it's not. 35 runs required for Australia. And that is another single. So 34 runs required. What, Reese? Why would anyone want to come back and watch 5 minutes of cricket? We'd basically be watching another edition of the 100 over in England. So pointless. Sean said, I did say to my missus Australia will beat England today in the cricket for the second time so far. She smiled at me and said, that's good, darling. I loved the stream and the humans involved. Yeah, get around it, Sean. We appreciate you, mate. You're good value. It's always good fun. We've still got 3 more. We've still got 3 more of these big old Ashes tests. BBL, Rugby League coming up. Massive year for Rugby League next year. Oh, my gosh. Massive year. Big miss from Weatherald. This is Archer bowling. Now, next year is massive. We've got, obviously, the preseason. We've got Super League. We'll have the Vegas games. We'll have, obviously, every week of the NRL, every game of the NRL. We'll have State of Origin. We'll have finals for both Super League and also NRL. We'll also have the Rugby League World Cup, and then all that is the internationals. We'll have the Rugby League World Cup on. We've got the FIFA World Cup that I'll probably get a part of next year too. You know, it's a huge year next year, man. Massive. And then 2027 Rugby Union World Cup in Australia. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Next bowl of Marcher. And Weatherall says, yep. And it will be a single. 33 runs required. 33 runs required. Yo, 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 yo. Oh, good, Jay. You know what I'm referring to. We'll get through it. We'll survive, hopefully. We'll do our best. We will do our best to get through. I'm so glad I got my membership for next year. On internet is it going to work sometime soon? Oh, I think we're back on. Beautiful. There you go. Are we back on now? Is it working now? It cut out again. Try it again. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're back. I think we're back, guys. Let me know in the chat that we are back. I don't know what just happened. We were doing so well. We were. It was fantastic. I think we're good. I think we're back on. I think it's back on. It's at dinner right now, guys. We're actually not missing anything, funnily enough. We're actually not missing anything, funnily enough, right now. But we are back on. We are back on. Luckily, thinks himself again. Well, no, it's. Am I frozen? Refresh. Try refresh. I'm pretty. It should be fine. No. It says on my end that we're sweet. It says on mine that we're Gucci. Sorry for what? Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The stream is all over the shop right now. Was it spiders? All good. Yeah. Okay. All good now. Okay, guys. So just if you, it was probably a little bit behind. So usually when we have a few internet troubles and whatnot, it stops you at a point, and then you're a little bit behind me. So try refresh the stream, and you should be back live with me. But anyway, we are chasing 65s. We need 32 more runs. It is currently dinner. It is currently dinner, and I'm just going to sit here because obviously we're not going to be here until we're not going to be here for another 3 hours. But if delay is inevitable, I wonder if we'll come back out from dinner without a delay. It's not raining right now. It's not raining right now. Yeah, you good? Yeah, sweet. Did I miss anything? I don't think I did. I actually don't know if I missed anything. I think they were chasing 32 when the internet went down. I feel like I may have genuinely just missed a run maybe at max. Chris says it all went down. I thought England must have had a hat trick or something. Yeah, so Chris, unfortunately for you here, champion, there was no hat trick for England. Unfortunately, not only was there not a hat trick, but there hasn't been a wicket yet. No, so there's been a hat trick of no wickets, and then times that by a ridiculous amount because there's not been a single wicket. Nothing at all. So it might have been good timing. When is dinner done? That's one shadow. Probably about, well, I don't know. It's probably been 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We had an internet problems here, so I'd say it's been about 5. So it's probably 10 more minutes, or if it's been 10 minutes, then 5 more minutes. It's only a 15-minute spell. And I know they're going to want to get this underway quickly because there is rain in the area, which would delay, and they don't want to be coming back tomorrow right now. Play to resume at 7:03 p.m. So in 8 minutes' time, yeah. In 8 minutes' time, we will see play resume. In 8 minutes' time. But I hope you guys do tune back in next Wednesday. Not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. Well, I hope Oz win. Okay, so that's one shadow. I'm going to give you a tip here. And the tip here is that there is 0.0000% chance that Australia don't win. Australia have already won, basically, man. They only need 32 more runs to win the test, and there's still a full day of action tomorrow. So even if they didn't win today because the rain delayed it, then they win. Everything's just going to shit this time of the day. I feel like this might have happened yesterday too at this time. I feel like it might have. People who are new to the channel, this happens extremely occasionally while I'm here in Fiji because the internet is all over the shop here. But no, occasionally it'll mute. Occasionally you'll see the old internet kerfuffle. But if you are here, then don't bother leaving because I will be back. Like at the end of the day, whether it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever. And then yeah, if I get muted, you just let me know in the chat. Internet is on Fiji time. That is correct. Chris says, yeah, Mark blames Malik. Chris says it's only 10 magical balls away from glory for England. You're not wrong, Chris. That is technically true. It is only 10 balls away. But on the flip side, let me just have a think about the flip side. I'm a big fan of the flip side. Massive fan. Like, if I was to think of what I'm the most passionate fan of in life, it would be the flip side. And that is a 0.000% chance of happening. Sean says, no one can ever say you are not professional with the job you do, mate. Look, occasionally a swear word comes out and whatnot. I'm a lot more open nowadays to kind of doing that because we are real here. We do. But what people can't say is that I talk shit for the sake of just creating entertainment. Like, if you disagree with what I'm saying, well, it's just because you disagree with me, because I am saying what I genuinely believe. I don't make it up just so that I get a reaction or whatnot. Sometimes you can play into the entertainment of it all, I guess, but like overall, it's still my thoughts. I'm just kind of making it a little bit more enthusiastic in a lot of ways. But no, we say it to the best of our ability and our opinion and whatnot. So I do my best. It's difficult. It can get difficult. It definitely has been tired, and I will enjoy a kickback tomorrow without having to think about streaming for 8 hours or 7-8 hours of cricket where you just have to stay focused. Yeah, you get the 45-minute break, but at the end of the day, you can get mentally quite tired. But I love it. It's good fun, and I'm passionate about it. So that's what we do. That's what One Shadow says. Wait, there's one more after this. There's 3 more matches. We've got Adelaide next Wednesday, and then we have the MCG for the Boxing Day test, and then we have the SCG. So we already had Perth, where Australia demolished them in 2 days. We have Brisbane, where it's at right now, where we've demolished them in 4 days. And then we will, have the other ones where hopefully Australia can come out and demolish them again. And again and again. And again and again. And again and again and again and again. Mark says, I'm decided here. Sean says, when shit goes sideways, you fix it quick as. Well, I try. Like, I can't do anything about the internet, eh? Like, I do turn it off and on a couple of times and try and sort it out. Sometimes it will fix very, very quickly. But it does get frustrating, especially when you're trying to continue momentum with what you're talking about and keep the same track. Or when you mute, it does get really, really frustrating. But you can only do what you can do. We do it as quick as we can. Nate says Pommies are sabotaging the stream. That is a probable option as well. I do think it is probably the Poms. It might be from someone from Norwich, from our random bloody flurry that we had in the first test, or it could be anyone from any of the places I mentioned this morning where I was speaking about, let's go and check in on the weather in Manchester, and it was rain. And then we go check in on the weather in London, and it was rain. And we go check in the weather in Birmingham, it was rain. And Norwich, it was rain. Liverpool, it was rain. So they might not be too happy with the fact that we just said it was raining everywhere. And then maybe, just maybe, they're salty about this, but even more maybe they're salty about the gay bar reference of the beat in Brisbane for the English lads after this. Maybe. All right, so Travis Head and Jake Weatherald are going back out onto the field. Here we go, lads. 32 more runs for Australia to go 2-0 up in the series. And then all they need is one win or a draw across their final 3 games. And SCG is always guaranteed a draw. And the MCG, you're not beating us there. This right now is getting dangerously close to a 5-0 series clean. Sweep, get the brooms out. It's getting dangerously close. But I've only got drizzle here. Chris, come on. Don't get silly now. Don't pretend there's no rain. Come on. You're not sitting in your garage room like Mose. You're traveling to do a better job at all the other shit I saw before I found you streaming the footy season. Yeah, appreciate that, man. We've been everywhere this year, mate, and we're going to be from more places across the next forever, really. But we're going to be in like 6 different countries next year, and then 6 different countries the year after, and 6 different countries the year after. So now we do what we can, considering we travel. Well, consider I travel with my I usually use my laptop, but when I'm here in Fiji, I've got the Big Apple Mac, which is so much better and so much bigger for me to be able to actually watch the game. It's easy as being in Fiji because I've got the big screen rather with my laptop, which is like a normal size laptop, and I have to watch it on there. The only negative, though, to being in Fiji is that the internet does have problems in this country, and that will happen in occasional countries. But with the content that I've got going on at BKR Travel starting from January, I am looking to base myself in a big city where the internet is the best, so I can stream the sport that I do on this channel, but then also just kind of like go off on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to the places that I need to film for the travel content. Chaka says, come on, Brisbane, we need a couple of thunderstorms right now. Well, it's looking likely that there's probably going to be a delay at some point, but you need it to rain all day tomorrow too. And I just don't want to have to come and watch 5 minutes of cricket. Like, if I'm going to watch cricket, I want to watch 8 hours of it. I don't, well, not 8 hours, like 6 hours of it. I don't want to come and watch 5 minutes of cricket as they're chasing 32, which is what we had to do 4 years ago in Brisbane for day 3. But Cricket Australia, they are desperate for this to get to day 5 so they don't lose $1 million. Sean says, that BKR Travel, tell the Pommies, mate, so they learn. Yes, that is BKR Travel that I'm talking about. Yeah, we've got some travel. We've got a travel doco series we are starting that's really interesting. Really intriguing. Definitely for me it is, and hopefully for other people. But no, I thought I travel so much I may as well do something like that. And there was certain content that I was doing over there I just wasn't vibing long term, man. So that's why I thought I tried to think of something that interests me and would be interesting for YouTube, and we came up with some really cool shit worldwide. Next ball, and that's going to be an easy shot there for the big old Travy Trav. But that's going to be a 2-0. They're going to maybe go with a 3-0 actually. And they do get a big whopping though. Big whopping 2 there. Not many more to go here for Australia. Travis hitting a 6 first bowl. So no, doesn't hit first bowl 6, but he does hit 2. We do require 30 runs on the dot. Sean, what gets me about other streamers, and this isn't calling out anybody individually, what gets me about other streamers is that with me, like, I'm constantly talking, right? Hey, oh, that's a nice shot out back. It's going to be a man out there for a single, but that was a nice shot. What I dislike is when I'm watching, say, like an NBA streamer or an American streamer or another streamer in our sports, and they're eating like KFC on stream. I'm just like, it's so unprofessional. I very, very occasionally will eat on stream, but it's just so awkward for mine. It's so awkward that you're commentating a game and, you know, eating food and whatnot. Like, it's just, for mine, unless you're there for a mukbang, it doesn't make a great deal of sense to mine. Like, the whole point of what I'm doing here, the whole point of what you're meant to be doing as a content creator is to talking and analysing and speaking and having a laugh and whatnot. If you're sitting there and eating, so that's going to be a single, so 28 runs. If you're sitting there and eating, it's just like, can't you just wait until it's like a 2-hour span? Like, you're watching, say, rugby league. You're watching the Panthers play the bloody West Tigers. And people are there to hear your thoughts. And you're chomping down on KFC. It's like, why? Why can't you just do it beforehand or after? Like, I eat before my stream or I eat after my stream. It just doesn't make sense to me. Next bowl here from Atkinson. People can do with what they want, but I just find that I wouldn't enjoy that at all. Chris says, go and do the Master Golf in Augusta because the BBC doesn't do it anymore. A gap in the market, mate. I love golf. I like golf. I just don't know how to commentate golf. But I do love golf. I find it so intriguing and I love it. I think it's such an awesome sport because even if you are the best of the best, you can still be awful on any given day. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be so precise, and you can have trained all your life, you can be brilliant, and you can still shank one into the trees. Ah! Traviet's gone. Traviet's gone. He's going for a swing-a-ding-ding, and Atkinson will get a wicket. So, England, you only need 9 more wickets to win here, England. Jay. You never see them eating a salad, do you? That is... Yeah, that is a valid fact there, Jay, though. That is too funny. That is funny. 9 magic balls to go, English fans. Sean says, you involve yourself in the country. You don't need another fuck with showing me how to go clubbing. Been doing that shit for 30 years. You show us your travels. Yeah, exactly. Well, the content that I've got coming up is a bit different. It's vlogging, but it's heavy on mythological and cultural stuff. It's really cool. And actually like going to the place and experiencing it. Not like big production, because I'm not big production, but doing it. So Man will come in now. Marnus will come in. But not massive production, but as big production as I can possibly do for the ability that I have. But yeah, like we're going to be doing it in different countries. And heavy on the mythological and cultural aspects. A little bit nervous and weirded out about certain things that I'm planning to do in Africa, but like overall it's going to be really fun and enjoyable. Robbo says, been watching English fans melting down all day. It's been glorious. We got some good ones here on the channel, man, but yeah, I'm sure you would have seen a bunch of flops online. I'm sure. Some content creators need more salmon in their life. Well, Jay, I'm not the skinniest bloke ever. I go through my fluctuations. Like when I hit the gym hard, as you guys know, I hit it hard. But when I don't, then I, buddy, become Oompa Loompa, man. But a tall Oompa Loompa. A tall Oompa Loompa. And that's going to be a single there for Lubba Shane. So I'm not going to talk down about that, but I also agree with you. Go to a zombie meetup. A zombie meetup? What is a zombie meetup, Mark? Sean says adult cigarettes are better than the ones sold in the shops in Oz. What, Sean? I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't know. What do you mean? That's one Shadow says the Stormtroopers. I'm still wondering if there's the Richie Benos. I will be so excited if we see the Richie Benos this year. But there was word that there is no Richie Benos in 2025. Can someone please tell me there are the Richie Benos that are still going to be back? The Stormtroopers were here. That was great. But there was word there was no Richie Benos. And that needs to happen. The Richie Benos must happen every year. Aren't they in... Oh, okay, Mark. When's the boat ride vlog through the canals of Somalia releasing? Look, that's going to be a while there, Jacko. That is going to be a while. It's going to have to be a while, that one. I would find that so interesting, though. That's the thing. My mum would not find me so interesting doing that. But I would find that so interesting to do something like that. But obviously, that's very dangerous. Next bolt. And it's an easy little single there for Lubba Shane. Chris says, true English fans are well used to this level of rubbish. In fact, I've seen much worse. Yeah, I would say that this English team has still been, I'd say, England ball after their successful times. I do think it's an interesting question because I feel like maybe just, but not by a significant amount. Because they were really poor in between eras, and it's just that Bazball's been dreadful. But I feel like it still at least has been a bit, and that's why people call it entertaining, even though it's shit cricket. Like even though Bazball is shit cricket, people still found it entertaining because of what we were seeing before that. Livy says the Barmy Army is still single. Got to give them the credit. Join yourself. That's what we want. 25 more. Come on, Aussie. Come on. Robbo, I mentioned this before. Just remember, this is the best English team since 2010, the worst Aussie team since 2010. You know what's funny, though? I agree. And that's kind of what I was saying. I do agree with it. I do think this is one of the worst Australian teams on paper that we've seen in a while, comparatively to what we've had. And especially with no Paddy Cummins, especially with no Nathan Lyon, especially with no Josh Hazelwood. You know, and yet we are performing as just quality as we have. Whilst England do have some better names on paper than they have in recent years, but the problem with England is that they just hype their team up too much. It's always coming home, and it's never come home. You know, it never does. Oh, Joffre wants to go upstairs for this one. Joffre wants to go upstairs. Australia requires 24 runs. They want to review this one. It's a play review. Oh, I'm nervous now, England. Oh, you got me nervy. You got me nervous now, England. Here we go. Is it? No, I think that's going to be missing. That's going down. It's definitely gap between bat and ball. It'll be close, but I think it's missing. I think it might be ump's call, if anything. Oh, it's missing. Yeah, no, it's definitely missing. It's missing. Get out of my face, Sasha. Shut your mouth. Get my face, Sasha. We want to go home. Leave it out, Joffre. Oh, dearie me. Aren't you the one who came with a pillow? Don't you want to go home, Joff? Well, Sean, like you say, I heard that interesting for them to think this. I think if you look at it, it is. But that doesn't mean shit. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It just means if England had played an Australian team from the past, it would have been even worse in a lot of ways. Ava Legend says 2021-22 was the worst England Ashes team to come to Oz. Oh, that was disgusting. But you may see 5-0 Australia in this test series as well, which we saw 4-0 in that test series. That was awful. Rory Burns, Hamid Hasib, Jack Leach. Oh, like, for gosh sake, what is the shit that I'm looking at there? You know what I mean? You know, what is that? What is that? Marks, a lot of the English guys are into dressing up in leather and high heels and getting smacked on the bum, so this is nothing. Well, the beat's up their alley then. No ball, Robbo. Jacko, see, this is what we're talking about. You know, I forgot about him, and he's a key player. The bloke apparently in county cricket gave up 36 runs in 1 over. How is it possible to give up 36 runs in 1 over? The guy would get no balls for fun. I will never forget when he got that wicket and then just ran up to, I think it was Lubber, and got in his face and was so excited and fired up, and he thought he brought England back into the game, and then it was a no ball. It was so good. It was so funny. Oh, it was 43, Jacko. Even worse. Oh, dude. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, chat lets us know about it. I didn't watch it, obviously, but chat, I think throughout the NRL season this year, came into the stream and were telling us about whenever, I don't know if it happened last year or this year or whatnot, but I do remember someone telling us about that's why I thought it was 37, but 43 is even crazier. 43 in 1 over is just insane. Oh, dude. Surely he got taken out the back and shot after that. Dead set. That's horrific. 43 runs off 1 over. You couldn't write it. Let's just do... Oh, that's gone. That's gone. Labber's gone. Labber is gone, England. You need 8 runs. Yeah, so you need 8... you need 8 more wickets with 24 runs remaining. 8 more wickets, England. This is what happens in the night. Hey, England, do you start to understand why I'm saying you probably should have bowled to us on day 1 in the night? You start to get it? You start to understand why I'm saying this? Last night we saw wickets galore. Today we're seeing plenty of wickets. I'm just saying, put the pressure on us late in day 1. So Labba is gone. 8 wickets remaining. 8 more magic balls, Chris. 8 more magic balls. Yeah, put in the night watchman to rub it in. Send Scott Boland out. Send Brendan Doggett out. That's too funny. Yeah, that's a great one. Everyone says squeaky bum time, but the Aussies is very scary. Mate, I tell you what, I am quaking in my boots. I'm quaking. I'm quaking. I am terrified right now. I'm starting to have the flashbacks of my life because it's about to be over, you know? Mark says, send Stark out. I reckon we send Brendan Doggett out. I wonder if there's genuinely any Australian across the country right now who's sitting there going, oh no. Oh no. It's not looking good, love. Put the cup of tea on. Grab me a beer. It's not looking good, love. And I reckon there genuinely are some delusional people in England at the moment who are thinking, here we go. Here we go. This is about to be one of those memorable nights. But if we didn't get that 24 runs, I don't think I'd be able to survive. Because I know that the English fans would come for my head. And I don't know if I'd cope mentally. I don't know if I could cope with not getting these extra 24 runs. Well, 23 runs. Robert says, yeah, nice boys, just stress it out. Oh, it's the bins. I was like, what the hell is that noise? Yeah, just stress us out a bit. Oh, yeah, Robbo, I'm freaked out right now, man. I'm stressing. Logan says, most Australians are already in bed sleeping, knowing we are fine. Most Australians wouldn't have even tuned into day 4, to be fair. Most English wouldn't have woken up for day 4. Robert says it just proves that we actually have some talent we can rely on when everyone's injured. Correct. Michael Nisa came out and got 5 for today. Well, 5 for across these innings, you know? Fantastic. No run. Sean says, for England to think to go to Australia, it's easy. Only New Zealand rugby has that title. Yeah, you got to give it to the Kiwis. I'm going to send you guys a video for you to watch after this. You'll love it now in hindsight too. You'll love it. I mentioned this at the beginning of the first test. What is it? Lords 20v1. Lords 20v1. Where is it? Yeah, 1 Aussie versus 20 England fans. It's 43 minutes long. This was done before the Ashes. Beats the outside edge there. Enjoy. So after this stream finishes, guys, if you want to have a good laugh, go and look at how a lot of the English fans on that video thought this series was going to go. You had one clown on there saying that Australia's bowlers are all so old and England are going to pummel us. Like, they're going to win 5-0. We're not even going. We're going to get smoked. We're going to get absolutely smoked. And, you know, like, the delusion is out of this world from some people. Like, the delusion is out of this world. Even the comment section. The comment section just went off absolutely off, saying, I'm English and this is stupid. Yeah, someone said 20 toddlers versus ballistic warhead type video. 20 toddlers versus a ballistic warhead. Next bowler from Archer to Stevie Smitty. And, oh, shot. Ah, Stevie Smitty, get your kid off. That's a boundary, and Australia need 19 runs to win the test. Oh, Stevie Smitty. 20 toddlers versus ballistic warhead type video. Someone said, who's here after 1-0? Dude says Stark would not get a game over Jofra. Proceeds to take 10. Yeah, some guy said Stark would not get a game over Jofra. Live footage of hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. Oh, man. All the English on there were saying Australia are too defensive. Yeah, Trav, hold my beer. Next bowl. Oh, he's going for a cheeky sweeper. Not sweeper, over the top. Oh, Smith and Archer having a bit of a chat. Archer, shut your mouth, mate. You've been slapped. Shush, what are you talking shit about? If he wants to sweep you, if he wants to do you over and just put you over the top with a ramp, he'll do what he damn well pleases, son. He'll do what he damn well pleases. That's Daddy Smitty to you, son. That is Daddy Smitty to you, Joff. What are you getting lippy about? Why is Joffre getting lippy right now? In what world? What, because Smith was thinking about going for a ramp? Yeah, Smith gave that to him. Ah, yes, slap that bitch! Slap him! Take that one. Shut your mouth, Joffre. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. You just got fathered. You just got fathered. He's still going off at him. Shut your mouth and walk back up. Shut your mouth. That actually got me going there. He started getting lippy. He started getting lippy at Smithy because he went for a ramp and then Smith didn't get it off. Well, guess what? The very next ball, Joffre comes in and Smith ramps him and goes for a 4 and then Joffre starts getting lippy again. Cry me a river. Cry me a river, Joffre. Get that one in your face. And this is what the Ashes is about. You are an idiot, Jofra. You have done nothing all test, and so far you've not really done anything all series. All you've done is be famous for bringing a pillow to the Gabba, and Steve Smith has just gone and fathered you, and he's just gone and hit on a 6 on you. Shut your mouth, Jofra. Learn some respect, Jofra. You've gone and got upset because he's gone for ramp on you. Well, guess what, little boy? He smacked you for a 4. He smacked you for a 4. He smacked you for a 6. And he's still crying right now. He's still crying. Have some respect, Jofra. You brought this upon yourself. You brought this upon yourself, Jofra. What a clown, dude. I get you're going to lose the game. I get it. I get it. But have a look at him. I get you're going to lose the game and it's frustrating, but what are you doing? My gosh, and that's Steve Smith, 1,000 test runs, by the way. And now Australia need 9 runs. Jofra is just Siraj of England. I hope he really has a good think about the reaction that he just had, because Smith did nothing wrong. What did Smith do wrong? He went for a ramp. Didn't get the ramp. Okay, why are you upset about that? But then he does it deliberately right after. Okay, next ball here. Oh, and there's going to be another shot there for a single. I want Steve to stay on strike. No, he's going to go there. Yeah, now Steve just looks at Joff. You just got fathered, Jofra. I can't believe he just did that. Like, I get you're frustrated, dude. But what are you doing? What are you doing? Have fun at the beach, Jofra. I want to hear the English fans' response to what just happened. What did you think of what we just saw there from Jofra and Steve Smith? Flick him up the shoulders, Smithy. Don't mess with the Don himself. Dude. Dead set. Dead set. And it says, I just pull up your stream after returning from dinner and I hear Smithy's bending Archer over. That's great timing. Dude, nothing from this series so far has been fiery. That from Jofra maybe fires someone up, but it's not going to be the English. It's going to fire the Aussies up. Why are you disrespecting Steve just because he went for a ramp just then? And then because of that, he then goes for a ramp and hits you for a 4 and a 6. A 4, 4, 6, and a 1. So Steve Smith just hit you for 15 in that over, Jofra. Dead set. Dead set. If you're going to talk shit. Wait, they just supplied the audio of it. There's no way, dude. There's no way he thought he had the high ground there. They don't use the word tardy, it's woke, but they're thinking it. Yeah, well, that is the frustration right there from England, from Jofra. Yeah, Steve just told him to ease up, champion. And then he said, ease up, champion, and then gave him a good us with the 4 and the 6. Send him over the rope within 2 balls and send him to the rope in the next ball. Send him to the rope and then over the rope. How's that mentality that I was talking about before, by the way? How do you reckon the mentality is at the moment of Jofra Archer? Steve is just dabbing on you lot, eh? He's in a boundary, but he's just playing it up for the entertainment now. Have a look at him. Look at the way he just reacted to that. Oh, dude, Steve is a character, dude. Oh, exactly right, Jacko. No, I love it. I love this kind of shit. It's awesome. It's all part of the game. I don't think of Jofra as a bad human. I just think that in regards to that, this is going to be a common reaction, right? But yeah, you're right in regards to don't mind it, but not when you're 9 runs off going down 2-0. Wrong time. You're absolutely right, Jacko. You know, I love the entertainment of it all. I love the banter. I love the heated animosity of what we watch, because it was so sexy to then see Steve Smith hit him to the ropes and then hit him over the ropes within the next 2 balls. And you're like, well, Jofra, if you're trying to get into him, well, you've just done the complete opposite thing. And then Steve does this to him. It's great entertainment, dude. It's great entertainment. Oh, and that's going to go to the boundary, is it? That's going to go to the boundary. Weatherald hits the 4. And now Australia need 3 runs, lads. Joffrey trying so hard to be tough. Smith like, hold my beer. Oh, dude, he slapped him. That was too good. Well, that's a great way to end this test, by the way. You love that. What a team of shit. At least he fired. So I was fired up, eh? I can only imagine how Steve Smith felt there. He would have felt like the Don. Steve Smith just fathered him. Just like when Yashasvi Jaiswal did that to Starkey and said, oh, it's coming too slow. And then he bowled him for a duck. You know, this is what happens. You know, you talk down to the big dogs, like the goats of the sport, and then you get it pretty damn well quickly back in your face. If you get your moment, that's awesome. If you can pull off he's coming too slow to Stark and then, keep whacking around, but then to get out for a duck. And then for you to have a go at Smith, and then he goes and hits you for a 4 and a 6 is too funny. Next bowl here. And Weatherall thick outside edge. That is going to be 2 runs. Well, guess what, lads? Guess what? The game, my friend. No, it's only a single. Well, here's an opportunity for Smith to now win it. Oh, please, just defend it and then win it off of Joffre, Steve. Just defend it. I don't even want to say, oh, no, but he needs to stay on strike. Get one. Get 1 run here, Stevie Smith, and then we can see you go up against Joffy boy. Come on. What an entertaining way to finish off the day in the test bar. What an entertaining one. Just get 1 run here, Steve. That's all we want. Just 1 run. And fuck you. That's a 6. Steve, you are the man. Steve Smith just fathered the living shit out of him. Oh, dude. That is the GOAT, my guy. That was a way to finish a test match. That right there was a way to say, get out my face, you cat. He goes and hit a 4. He goes and hits a 6. And then to win the test, he's won both tests, by the way. He hit the winning runs in Perth. And then he goes and hits a 6. I want to see his interaction with Joffre here. I want to see his interaction with Joffre as they're shaking hands. Steve Smith, the way he's just... Here we go. Is he going to... Oh, so Archer's not even going to shake his hands. Pussy. Oh, you are a clown, Archer. Have a look at you. Didn't even shake his hand. You are a cat, Joffre. Steve was coming over to shake it as well. He was coming over, and Joffre just turns his back to him and doesn't even look around. Well, that just makes it even better. That makes you feel even better about that whole stuff. Sean says, to win with a 6, the pie is very, very tasty for Australian cricket, not so much the bullshit pie England brought. Well, this can really, these kind of things here can set afire a series. It can light it up. Things like this, yeah, Steve Smith still just, talking to Jake Weatherwood as they're walking off. He's just talking about what just happened. Oh, he did shake his hand, Jacko. Well, not in the situation we just saw just then. I must have missed it then. I must have missed it because it wasn't in that situation. He walked over to him and Joffre had his back to him the entire time, and then Steve just decided to turn around and walk away. So unless it happened beforehand, Jacko, if it happened beforehand, but when we were just watching it just then, I didn't see it. Right as the game ended. Okay, thank you, Jacko. Thank you. But like at the same sense, I was watching just then, and Steve was walking up to him, and Joffre kept his back to it. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. I'm just going off of what I saw just then. I didn't see it straight after the game ended to take a lot of exception from that, because you could see Steve was still talking about that as he was walking off. To be fair, that's what you love to see. That's what this rivalry is. It's all about shit like that. It's all about shit like my reactions and your reactions and whatnot. That's what makes these series good. So, like, look at England 2 years ago with the Johnny Bairstow incident, for example. Like, at the end of the day, Australia won that test and won 2-0, but then England came back to make it 2-2 before there was a draw, so it was a tied series, and Australia retained the Ashes. Things like that can fire you up and can bring you back into it mentally, because Joffre, and I've been complaining about this entire test so far, Joffre has not looked mentally like he is here. He did look when he was batting. It was great, but bowling-wise, he hasn't looked the same mentality that we normally know him as. He's an incredible bowler, very speedy, knows how to pick up wickets. Unlucky with the drop catch from Jamie Smith, but overall, he has not looked as dangerous in this series really so far, but specifically this test. So his mentality did not look like it's been right. That right there, hopefully, means that his mentality is back and it's embarrassed, so he needs to fire up and get it going. Well, look, you got to hope that Australia don't use that as motivation to crush you. You got to hope for that not to backfire on you, which it just did with Steve Smith. Like, it backfired on him big time. That backfired on him absolutely big time. Robbo says Smudge would not be the bloke I'd shove in a match. No way, dude. Especially like the catch that he made before, like that catch to break the partnership with Will Jacks was incredible. You know, we saw a spectacular match from him where he got 60 in the first. He's now hit the winning runs in both of the test matches so far. You know, Smitty is definitely he's not the guy. He's not the guy you'd ultimately. I think that Scott Boland did his job very, very nicely, and I think plenty of our lads, and that from then, Steve Smith just then was just unreal. But look, at the end of the day, we'll be back next Wednesday as we see Australia look to clinch the series and win 3-0, which would ultimately retain the Ashes officially, or we would see England keep the series alive and send it to the Boxing Day test. Send it to the Boxing Day test with a chance to keep it up and keep it going, which would be actually quite awesome. You'd nearly want to see England win just so that it keeps this series alive. But I appreciate you guys as usual. I hope you really enjoyed throughout these 4 days. At least we've got 4 days of action rather than 2 days like last time. I will see you next Wednesday for the. I will see you guys next Wednesday for the next test match. Actually, I'll see you next Sunday for the BBL. The BBL will be on, and I will check it out and see how it all is rocking and rolling. But hit that thumbs up button, subscribe if you're new around here, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Up the Aussies. Catch you later. See ya.